Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be in the world. I am Jace Mace, joined alongside Newt to bring you the grand finale of what has been months of hard work that has led up to the grand finals of TCNA Rivals 2. Newt, it's been a while, man. How have you been?
I've been good. I've been running the event, and it's been fun. I mean, running a Valorant tournament's a little bit stressful, a little bit fun, but at the end of the day, we're here, and I'm excited to see these two teams play. Like, beyond excited.
I am beyond excited as well. Yesterday, we saw some of the craziest rounds that I have ever seen in my life. The last round in the excuse me, one of the last rounds of regulation. Yes, one of the last rounds in regulation in the lower final had Pup whiffing the most unfortunate spray to put PRX to 12-11. And then the round after, a tiny gap in a Viper's pit led to a ninja defuse, which led to overtime, which led to a Puppinghampton Puppers overtime victory. I was losing my mind over that. But before we head into map bans or whatever, let's take a look at some interesting stats. First, starting off with Puppinghampton Puppers. You see Pupper himself, that's the big guy you're going to watch out for. Obviously, there's a reason why the team's sort of named after him.
This is the big dog, no pun intended.
The big dog himself. 355 ACS, 1.78 KD, 218 ADR. By the way, absolute cinema out of him. There's a reason why he's undisputedly the best player in the entire event, in the entire community of Throw City, at least in North America. And I won't be surprised if we start seeing some unbelievable stuff out of him. If we want to go to the flip side of things, to the other team, Silly Geese, Eddie Universe. 14 maps so far played, 237 ACS, 157 ADR. This was a guy that came into the entire Rivals regular season, starting at, was it Gold 1 or Gold 3?
He counted as Gold 3. He joined this team, and then he climbed his way all the way up to Diamond. And he has just been frying people on Duelist, dropping 30 on people. He's a gold player with genuinely ascendant immortal level aim sometimes. And he is absolutely frying. He's saved his team already by dropping 30 to keep them in the tournament. Or to keep them in uppers, I believe.
It cannot be underestimated. Just the climb that this guy has made to help bring the Silly Geese squad over to the grand finals. And
he genuinely elevates them to just another level.
Yeah, if we want to look at the map stats here, starting with the side. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Predictions first, I've been told.
Our production.
We want to go look at the production predictions. Nova Scotia, Pupperhampton 3-1, Neutronic, Newt for short. Sorry.
Wow.
3-2, Silly Geese. Max, that's our big guy. That was talking in my ear just a second ago, telling me that I was trying to transition to the wrong graphic. Just whichever gets me to bed earlier. Myself, I have Silly Geese 3-1. And Newt, if you want to read out some of the other predictions here.
Yes, Seeking with a 3-2 Silly Geese. He wants to see an absolute banger like I do. Firebug with a 3-1 for Silly Geese as well. Trudon, a 3-0. A lot of Silly Geese believers here. Honestly, I thought it'd be more divided a little. I think it's a Silly Geese win, but I don't think it's that hard. TNT as well with a 3-1 for Silly Geese, but he wants a 3-2.
I would also love to see a 3-2. That would be very, very fun to see. As I think now we head to map stats. if I'm not, oh, excuse me,
Veto.
rep veto, not stats. Well,
Silly,
this is a
silly.
best of 5 with the Silly Geese coming in from the upper bracket, so they get the 2 map bans here in the best of 5. First things first, up on the chopping block, Fracture's out first, and I'm super upset about it because I love Fracture. I love casting Fracture. I love playing Fracture. I haven't been able to cast Fracture ever, and unfortunately, this case isn't any different, as Haven is going to follow quickly suit. So the first map of this grand final series is going to be Lotus, a three-site map. We saw some crazy stuff happening there yesterday, especially concerning themselves with the Pupperhampton Puppers.
Yeah, we've seen both these teams play as well before. We'll see that later too. And SG also look really good on Lotus, and then Split is going to be our second map picked by Pup. Split is a really good map. A lot of the times we see Pup dropping insane numbers, like high 30s, low 40s.
Not even that. Just in any map in general, you'll see Pup just go above and beyond as for the third map heading to Italy for Ascent.
Ascent. This is the map that SG absolutely ran Pup down on the other day. SG started an attack and they just looked unstoppable with every single round. It was genuinely an incredible watch, and yeah, this is the benefit of the double map ban. Last map or fourth map is going to be Icebox, picked by Pup, and Pearl for the last map.
Yeah, sending it to Icebox and Pearl for the decider. Oftentimes, Pearl is the auto ban a lot of times for Pup. So it's going to be very interesting to see if it does go down to the wire, to a map 5, how Pup is going to be able to, how they're going to be able to adapt to that significant change of pace because, well, I mean, surely there's a reason why they've been banning it the entire playoffs.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's the double map ban. SG, they won in upper finals, so they have the higher seed going into this match. They get the double ban for grand finals. They choose what maps are played. And that's really important because I think SG has a really good map pool. And if anything, Pup is going to struggle a lot on a couple of these maps. Especially a map like Lotus, I feel SG has a lot of coverage around their team, and Pup relies a lot on, or Pupperhampton relies a lot on Pup himself. So it's going to be very interesting to see.
And with that being said, we are going to be heading into Agent Select. Look at our beautiful user interface. It's so amazing to see as you see locks coming in left and right. Pup staying on that Yoru as we know him to do so. Still hasn't played any other agent this entire event. And honestly, not shocking that it's not going to change.
Yeah, he's a Yoru lover forever and ever. And yeah, I mean, just this overlay, I want to shout out beautiful production. I want to shout out Max MQXF for being our production for the longest time. I want to shout out Trudon for getting us access to this overlay. They are credible people that have worked really hard, and we're gonna look good while having a great game.
Indeed, we will. As you see the solo Sentinel lineup coming out for the side of Silly Geese. Not quite sure what Frosted is looking like right now on the side of Pup, but is there anything interesting you notice here or any notes that you want to talk about?
Sova on
You do see the Sova. Yeah, you do see the Sova on Lotus. That one's definitely a very intriguing pick. But how do you feel about the solo Sentinel composition with a Vice, but not a Viper to help them out?
Look, I'm a big Viper lover on this map. I think Viper is just a really good agent. But I also think Vice can probably just get it done by herself. It is going to be a little bit more difficult, in my opinion, for the Neon to get around the Vice. Because you do have Raise Util to get rid of, anything. Or you do have, like, Raise Util and you have the Yoru to just get past all of the Vice Util. And so, yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit more struggle from that Neon. But also, you have more util to... Yeah, we did go with the Sova, so that it is a Sova on Lotus. And so you will have more util to, benefit that Neon going in. And here we go with our beautiful, beautiful overlay here.
First of many
gonna be
rounds to
Pups
come here. Yep. Pupperhampton Puppers starting on the side of attack. Very excited to see how this one is going to turn out. So we see, you know, just casual sort of big, more lean towards this A site on the side of Pup.
Yeah, I mean,
and
this is going to be an interesting A fight because typically you have the Viper, or not the Viper, the Fade, and now it's just a Sova Dart. So you don't have any like C's util. You do have this stun from Eddie, but he's not even gonna opt to use it. He just walks up slowly. You did have that stun from Breach to prevent the early push out.
Yeah, Leah gonna spot out. Yeah, gonna spot out Pup. As you see that gate crash over towards A main, you're gonna see Pup do this a lot. Just use these teleports to go, not for an aggressive play, but rather to distract the opponents, to teleport across the map whenever it needs to, but it will expire, so he is going to be stranded a little bit over towards C as the rest of the team starts walking back towards him, and maybe a little bit down towards B main, where maybe unbeknownst to them, there's two players waiting and ready.
Oh, the Breach stun goes out just to find Pupper, but at the same time, it's going to be the Cactus being a little more aggressive, finding Robot behind the box, but Brick Crusher is going to find two.
Yeah, a brilliant turnaround of response after the teammate falls. Pup's already taken all this space, though, towards holes. Let's see what Leah's able to do about it. Trading a little bit of damage on each other. Here's the reloads. Plant goes down, and it's a 4-on-3 in favor of the Silly Geese here.
Oh, Pup does go down to Eddie.
Yeah. Brick and Millie going to fall as Ginsburg is going to be able to clean up shop, and that's going to be the first round going the way of the Silly Geese.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of fights, a lot of trades. Works out in Silly Geese's order. Skins gets 2. I kind of want to talk about the Silly Geese, the game plan, not the game plan, what they need to win. I feel this team is, on paper, just objectively one of the best teams in the event, if not the best. They look incredible rank-wise, their player quality is really high. But a lot of the time, a lot of pressure is put on like Ginsburg and Brick Crusher, and sometimes they just can't meet the pressure. And so it kind of relies on, you know, good performance from them and not just Eddie. Eddie is like pretty consistent, but we've seen, you know, Gins and Brick do just okay. So a lot of the performance relies on them.
Yeah, and on the flip side of things, a lot of performance relies on Pup as well. The numbers that he's been putting up is nothing shy of absurd in a lot of these games, as Pup's going to be able to take down Leah. So that's going to be the C-side open, as this spike should realistically go down without much contention. And you see Pup, he's still got a full kit of utility. That Yoru clone, the double flash, Brick Crusher to deny the plant. Buy a little bit more time for these rotates to come through, as Pup looking for an aggressive play. Here's the flash, comes through. No damage to really be found, though. Ding not going to be able to do much either. Turbo, they're going to be able to find one, but left in a 1-on-2. Still going to be able to take out 3 and get the spike planted, though.
These retakes are just so good from SG. It's just so coordinated. The stun from Brick Crusher to, you know, secure Pup's kill there. It was just genuinely beautiful. I mean, it's even Pup getting the first kill and then just a free C site. And SG is still having really solid retakes without a Sentinel.
Yeah, Lotus, commonly known as a overwhelmingly attack-sided map. As we are going to go into our first gun round for at least the side of Pupperhampton, as well, SG is left with nothing but a Guardian, 3 Sheriffs, and a Stinger.
Yeah, I mean, no, I was saying SG was doing good in the retakes, but I definitely don't think Pup is mad about that. Because they did get a lot of picks, and they did get the bomb down. They're going to have plenty of money.
So we see
Ooh, Pup goes back. Normally he loves just applying a lot of pressure over on C. But, you know, now that we're ready to take A.
He oftentimes does provide a lot of that pressure. Brick Crusher trying to find his timing through the smoke, but the shots, simply put, are just not there.
Spike planted.
You gotta be careful as well, though, because going into this next round, Turbo is one ult point away from their Steel Garden. Ding could be forced off that heaven position as Ginsburg going to try to do a little bit of damage. But it should be Ding to be able to clean it up. Robot to be taken out from the side. Ginsburg will be able to find one, but it's overall a very, very clean round for the anti-bonus from the side of Pup.
Yeah, I mean, not to... No pun intended here, but I would be happy if I was on Pup. That round was just genuinely clean. You lost one rifle, but he gained a deagle, lost some armor. Other than that, everyone just completely clean. All kills, got the bomb down, you have money. But now SG has rifles, and it's a pretty important round here, because SG needs to win this round if they want to buy again next round. And so Ginsburg, he's going to actually get that ult up now. The Hunter's Fury.
Turbo, they get their Steel Garden online, and that Euroclone is going to trip that wall. Pup going to try and take that early fight. Just a little bit of damage traded, though, as he slowly backs away and waits for the cavalry to arrive. Only one player to try and hold this down. Their name is Leah.
Yeah,
they're
a
just
lot
gonna,
of pressure on Leah.
Yeah, probably just going to back away a little bit. Maybe look for a little bit of damage. Maybe, unless surely the smokes come through, and now they will. Plant's gonna go down. The Hunter's Fury to try and delay the plant. No tag, no tag, no tag. A little bit too high for that elevation change. So will be a 5-on-5 retake. Still the Steel Garden online for Turbo, as it will be used, and that's going to buy so much time on this retake. Robot the TP in. No one's looking for him. Finally turning around his Pup to do them in. But with no weapons online, as Brick Crusher jumping around, the double classic right click. It's Turbo versus 2. And Eddie, to put it away, dying to the Rose Thorns. What?
Not your day, is it?
I mean, okay, sure. The just absolute chaos in that round, jumping around with the classic. Brick Crusher finds 2 there.
Well,
I mean,
Turbo found theirs. They got the Razor Vines kill after the end of the round, and now Eddie's gonna have to buy that rifle back. Still has the overdrive online as they look for, well, another A main take, as obviously A main take's very, very important on a map, on this map. It's very important place to hold.
Yeah, but Pup, you know, they don't really like taking A main a whole lot. They prefer taking C main and applying a lot of pressure on the Vice. Normally it's just Pup alone, but with 2 people now. Just a default keep noise, keep people over towards A while Pup applies the pressure. It's really solid. Taking the TP, planning to leave.
I think they hear the TP play, and Eddie rips that ult off of it, and no value to be found as they back away. So that's the overdrive down off of a fake teleport, one might believe.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all of this pressure applied on all the map. Everyone is tense over on SG. You hear that fake teleport, you know Pup is there. Well, you think Pup is there, you don't know. So yeah, I'd pop the overdrive too. Your ult is just gonna spot everybody. Force everyone to go, but Eddie is gonna find Ding.
Yeah, and look at that. Look at the rotates that it's bought. The whole thing was a fake, a fluke, as this C side is wide open, as they're waiting for this spike to go down on A. And as the timer starts ticking down, This plant's gonna go down on
10
C.
seconds left.
They're gonna be so confused. They don't hear anything. Now they know it's too late for them to be over on B. I think someone might have heard the plant down on C. I don't think they're gonna expect Pup
Gonna
this
take
far
this
up.
duel though. Taking the first, and Happy Cookie there to back him up for the second. Taking the main advantage now is Pupperhampton. Pup with another as this round starts to fall apart for the side of the Silly Geese. Pup's just gonna take one out through the smoke. It's simply what he does, almost finding a fourth through the smoke. And he just might, but Turbo's gonna be the one to take it away from him.
Retrieving flash. I demand what I'm owed.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible round from SG there, and I think that just goes to show how good of an IGL Pup is. I mean, getting that overdrive out definitely wasn't intentional, but just, it goes to show, like, how much pressure he's applying on all of the map, you know, by placing himself on C alone, and then having his players just wait outside of A. Because he knows as soon as he hears people walking towards C, his players are just gonna go explode out of A, or he can just teleport back to A in an instant. And SG knows that too, and so they have to be super careful. And then all that pressure is applied with just a Ural. Everyone leaves to C. It's an open site. Genuinely a beautiful round.
Eddie, need to use that relay bolt and back away. Shock darts not finding a whole lot of value early on. You don't really see the Sova very often. Look at the time that Pup's had. Yeah, Robot's going to be there to try to support his teammate, but they're not going to expect Pup so close, and that's going to be the B side open.
Cutting through.
This is somewhat the issue with the solo Sentinel you were talking about, is they just... It's so difficult to cover B and C at the same time. And Pup loves applying pressure C.
Ding with that beautiful lurk, going to be able to find two. Yeah, there wasn't much invested at all, but it is going to be the flawless round for the side of Pup, and that's going to tie us back at 3. There's still a lot of ultimates on the board here, though.
Pretend to tolerate them. Go ahead.
Okay, we do have a little bit of a bug on the production side. The question marks and the guns not showing, those are just an Overwolf bug, and we're working to get that fixed.
It should be fixed next map, I believe.
Time to jump.
So, no worries about that.
Only some technical difficulties, but okay, now we're getting aggressive over towards C. We don't see Pup. We have the one-way coming out now to, you know, prevent Pup from just walking up, but he'll just find
And there's that
somewhere
solo
else.
Sentinel. Yeah, that's just gonna let Pup walk in for free as Frosted finds the kill. Eddie getting a bit confused by that fake teleport. The trickster is Yoru.
Yeah, this is... Look, so SG, they tried pushing up the C to prevent, you know, Pup from taking on that space, and they still have to keep pressure on A. But now it opens up the B, and Pup just reads that perfectly. So now he has so much space, and the other team just has no idea where he is.
They're gonna be spotted close. That showstopper stuffed into the face of Ginsburg as Leah's overrun, and they're not even going B. They're just gonna simply plant at C. As
Just
Pup has
leaving Pup
all
in
this
spawn.
space. Yeah, look at all the space that Pup has. There's no way they're ready for him. It's the slow clear. They're not. Brick Crusher left alone in a 1 versus 4. Might want to look to potentially save. Already has the Rolling Thunder. No point in going for some more ult orbs, but looks like he's going to go for it, though. Getting very aggressive and, well,
I don't think he
numbers
expects
simply
all-
just didn't favor him.
I don't think he expects all of Silly Geese just sitting there. Or, sorry, Pup. And yeah, Kez is going to call the timeout here.
Yeah,
This-
that is Kez calling a timeout, not an Enra. I got told off for mixing that up.
And yeah, I mean, look, you need to talk about, if I'm on Silly Geese, you kind of need to talk about the C pressure that a Pup's applying. It's, you kind of just rely on one person, Leah, to hold against it, and then it's really difficult to rotate over, because like I said, if you rotate over, the Pup's going to hear it, or and then A players, they're going to be able to take out A against the weaker again, they're gonna have to leave one person today, so it's gonna be a lot weaker to take or to hold. Sorry. And then yeah, it's just you need to find something. Now Pup's walking through B for free, for just free. And I mean, this is a difficult one to solve. I'm not really sure what you can even do against this.
Yeah, one thing you got to be heads up for that the overlay isn't showing right now. Ginsburg is one ult point away from that Sova ult, that Hunter's Fury. Brick Crusher still has that Rolling Thunder, but let's see what they're really going to be able to do. Stinger on Brick Crusher, Sheriff on Eddie, Spectra on Gins, and a Sheriff on the rest. All light shields for the side of Silly Geese. It's really just going to have to be down to strategy and maybe a couple of nice shots. Ginsburg playing with Robot. Maybe look to try to find a pick.
Kind of the crossfire set up over in B main. Don't want to let Pup gain free access to B anymore. It's just kind of back to their, I believe this is their pistol round or second round default.
You do notice that that Vice wall, that the shear, has been relocated to the front of B to sort of try and disallow Pup to be able to walk in for as free as he already has been. And with this Yuto coming out, Eddie, you got a lot of work ahead of you, bud. Prowler, paint shells, stun is gonna let him cross and get away, but it's gonna be Pup with the aggressive teleport to be able to take out Brick Crusher. That's the Rolling Thunder done and gone. Eddie with a nice shot on the ding, but Pup instantly answers back for a triple on the round.
Eddie with the deagle. Yeah, it's two
30
people coming
seconds left.
through A-Link. It's gonna be really difficult to do anything from here, especially with the guns. I don't think there's another gun on the ground. Oh, I'm wrong. There is another gun. But
Yeah, so
positions
we'll
here,
be
they
able
just
to
don't
upgrade
work.
this weapon. Heads up, though. You're not careful. You're just going to get Pup a 4K. Leah completely stuck. They know where they lie as Frosted sprays them through the smoke. And that's going to be 4 in a row now for the side of Pupperhampton.
Yeah, I mean, this is Lotus. You need these rounds on attack. And Pup is just taking his time collecting these rounds. These are really difficult rounds for SG to win. But I also want to point out that on the side switch, Pup is going to struggle a lot more because I feel like he can't have as much range around the map as he can on attack. He doesn't have these insane rotate TPs.
Leah is one off the Steel Garden. That Hunter's Fury might be able to find a heap of damage. That's 1 kill, almost a second, but that's so much damage dealt. I think they tagged, 3 with it.
Yeah, so many people just 80 HP.
Then you look at Pup, that teleport, that gate crash all the way over towards C.
Cutting through.
This plant's gonna go down, and with the lack of space that Silly Geese have, even with that spectacular fight, there's still so much you gotta clear, and you still got the dog to deal with. That's another flash.
Really good retake.
Ready for it. Eddie's gonna slide on through.
Time to
And now, both these two can just play for this retake.
There we go.
Overdrive coming through is Pup. The one to shut it down. 16 kills to his name already as Ginsburg's just gonna try and stick all the way, but Pup there to deny. He's 17-4.
How did every piece of trash
Pup
end
is
up on the
genuinely just incredible. And another timing out. It's the second timeout of the map already.
Yeah, and their last one of regulation.
Yeah, again, they're just so confused on what to do. And you can see the play style for Pup adjusting even a little towards the C, because their SG was previously really good on the retakes, taking a lot of space and a lot of good gunfights, but now the Pup players are playing more aggressive, like towards Waterfall and CT, and so now they're they have to fight a lot earlier in not really comfortable positions, and so SG is struggling now.
One thing I saw yesterday, specifically when these two teams played in the upper bracket final on Ascent, we saw Silly Geese taking a lot of mid space together as a team solely to shut down Pup, solely to find where Pup is and fight him together as a team, take out the raid boss, if you want to call it that. And that's what helped them win round after round after round in a 13-2 victory. However, on a map like Lotus, you don't really have that luxury of a middle. So I'm curious to see how they're going to try and adapt to this. That was one of the big things that Silly Geese did to shut down this Pupperhampton squad, was to find Pup and fight together.
Oh, and a lot of space you can get for Util just from just the clone.
Go, go, go.
I guess the Boombot too is.
Breach Sun coming through. Pup not going to be able to teleport out, as he will get caught.
Gotta go.
He backing away now. Ding stuck alone on the site, and Brick Crusher's going to take that timing. Vice Ball about to fall, and now it will scan through the smoke. Is Happy Cookie lucky to get away with his life, as the C hit seems to be on. Steel Garden used, as the counter Steel Garden's used. No primaries for anyone allowed. But there's too much to deal with. Happy Cookie, just a classic in hand, is going to be able to find two. Now he's got his weapon back online. It's going to be difficult. Finds the third, almost the fourth. Ginsburg to shut it down before things got too scary.
That was genuinely terrifying. Happy. The last time Happy played this map, he looked genuinely incredible. And so it's not a surprise that he is getting, he's performing really well right now. Well, at least that round. It is still a lot on Pup's shoulders here. SG is finally going to get around after 5 consecutive rounds in a row, and it is on the C retake. Well, maybe C flood, I guess. Now
A much slower round.
Yeah, now it's just slow. Last round we saw a lot of quiet and then a super fast hit. A lot of fights taken out. This time Eddie is back over on A.
Pup gonna trip that wall and back away, so that's gonna bring maybe a little bit of attention towards B. No, they're aware of it. They're calling his bluff, and they're not sending any rotators.
Yeah, in fact, they're gonna put more pressure on the A, smoking it. But I don't think they're gonna expect Pup to just walk out. Yeah, the
Jump spot might have jumped a little bit too far. Eddie, though, is gonna be able to get the trade before Pup can teleport away. The explosion out onto the seaside. A little bit of damage is gonna be dealt on the Happy Cookie from those Razor Vines. Ding, gonna get caught, though, in this Hall's position as Leah finds two. Turbo so definitely low in HP, leaving it all alone on Defrosted. Is planted for them if they decide to play it from main. No smokes on the other side. It's going to be difficult, though. Waiting for the swing. They slowly clear sight, spotted. Now they know they're in main. This retake has become infinitely more difficult. Damage dealt on the Ginsburg, leaving him on just 10 HP. But unfortunately, not enough. Second in a row now for the side of Silly Geese as they claw their way back in this half.
Yeah, terrifying 2v1 to be in. Gins and Eddie achieved another one in a row just to potentially bring it back. Again, I think Pup is going to struggle a little bit more on the defense. And so these rounds are super important for SG to get. And I think the timeout, it worked because now SG is just playing slower, allowing them to take C, but retaking again. And it's a lot more difficult for Pup to do anything when he's getting traded out in these coordinated fights. Ooh, is gonna be fake. McGinns is gonna see that.
Yeah, that pushed Gin so far back into the site, though, to make sure that he canceled it.
Who's next?
So although he's going to be able to reposition the tree, so not too far out of position, this dimensional drift's going to be able to get so much information for the side of Pup. Frosted to take out Ginsburg as that A site cracks wide open. Still have the rolling thunder that is yet to be used this entire half.
Planted.
As we go to the last round of the half, you're going to see it ripped out right here, right now. Pup going to be able to TP out and be able to live. Eddie sprayed down. Nightfall going to be used as all 4 players just completely stuffed inside of tree. Leah's only going to be able to find 1 as Robot overwhelmed. Going to be able to find 2, actually. I might have spoken a little bit too soon. Not sure where the last is. Now it's going to be called. The tap, the bluff has been called. Swinging into the crosshair. But Turbo shuts it down in what could have been an unbelievable clutch.
Switching sides.
Oh my days, that was close. Finding 2 while blind there. I mean, if I'm Pup, I'm having a little bit of a heart attack there, but Turbo is clean with it to bring it to 5-7. That is the advantageous half. Like I was saying, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So now we need to see what SG has cooked up.
Launching forward.
It's kind of even over in the scoreboard over at SG here. It's a lot of Eddie and Brick Crusher making plays here. And so I wonder if we're going to see more of that. But I do think Pup is going to have a little bit of a better A fight than SG was. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of util flies out here. Breach. Oh.
The paint shell seize combo is going to do Eddie in. Robot's going to swiftly fall after. Now it's a 4. Excuse me. Now it's a 2-on-5.
Enemy remaining.
Make it a 1-on-5.
Strike down A.
Leah, I was about to say, struggled a little bit in that first half, and Pup was able to abuse that and constantly slam their sight as they find themselves alone and afraid. And a flawless pistol round to start off the second half.
I mean, just a beautiful round. Immediately, Pup shows that they definitely do have the better A fight here. And so I think SG is probably going to have to play a little bit slower, not contest this A fight. Even though it's so important to fight A on Lotus, with this agent comp, it's might not be worth it. So they're going to leave Leah over on A to listen out for the util, maybe lurk up, apply some pressure while everyone else goes over towards C. But Pup is ready. And the one-way
Happy might be able to find a little bit of damage. We're going to be able to TP away, save his life. Turbo, they're going to get ran down, but they're still going to be able to find 1. Nice shot from Turbo and Happy, though. Brick Crusher gets crushed up himself in the middle of the site after only finding 1. Turbo, they're going to get 3 on the round, though. And back away as the rest of the squad should be able to clean up shop. So a very clean anti-eco round as they keep 4 guns. All 4 guns that they invested into it that weren't pistols into this next round.
Such important kills for Turbo to get there because guns were dropped, and if Brick Crusher could, you know, get into a nice position with util ready to use the gun, it could have gone so wrong for Pup, but Turbo was ready for it, super aggressive, takes all the kills, guarantees the round win for Pup. And now we actually have pretty strong guns over on the side of Pup, unlike SG last half. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do with it. And immediately, Ginsburg is just going to shut Turbo down.
You gotta care for Pup, though. He has this outlaw in hand, which will do 140 to the body and will one-shot you with those light shields. Ginsburg, Robot, and Brick Crusher, all with those light shields.
It's going to go out on B. No shots even connected, though. Jump peek to the spot for information. Nothing. And Robot is going to back off, but Leah is taking some space up towards A, but I don't think she expects the outlaw. And no, she does not.
Pup looking for more and more. He will find! The dogs have been let loose.
Scanning ahead.
A triple kill in the A main. Ginsburg, what are you able to do here? Pup looking for a fourth, and that fourth will be found. This could be the bonus round ace.
30 seconds left.
Spots the last. And he wants it oh so desperately. Frosted to take it away from him. And that's double digits.
That is just the power of the Outlaw. That gun is so good, and I was talking about it earlier, or I thought about it earlier, when SG had only deagles and light shield, just like right now. An Outlaw would be so strong here, and I was kind of surprised we hadn't seen it like much else in the tournament. But now, Pup knows exactly when to pull out the Outlaw, and he gets so much value from it. 24-7, and still that Outlaw is going to be really strong here, especially on A.
Turbo.
SG, again, super aggressive towards C.
Yeah, Turbo might be overstaying their welcome a tiny bit in the back sight. Aftershock, they're going to be able to dodge, but you can't dodge a bullet. Eddie to shut him down.
Ooh.
Pump's going to be able to flood in. It just casually finds 3. You blink and you miss it, and it's the man advantage again for the side of Pump, and he will not be stopped.
Pup is absolutely locked in. He is not prepared.
He's 28-7, Newt. He is 28-7.
This is, and believe this is the average Pup scoreline. This
is the average Pup scoreline.
He is genuinely such an incredible player. And oh, I have bad news for Happy. It is.
How do we tell him?
How do we tell him? Chat or stream didn't see it, but Happy did not want that caught.
Yeah, Turbo just getting a little bit of info, but getting scanned. They're gonna back away.
Yeah. Pup just creeping up. He's gonna cross the line.
Doesn't matter because you have that teleport. Still gonna be able to find that first blood, even if Ginsburg is going to be able to instantly get that trade. Ding using those satchels to escape.
He's forced to leave. Ian just finds him straight through the smoke. Now the Rolling Thunder is going to go out on the site, and nobody's going to be there. No one ready to contest. It is just a completely free site for SG. Frosted does look for some picks, but not going to find anything. This is nigh impossible for Pup here. I'm not going to lie. And this is exactly what... Oh, just as I speak, Ginsburg. Maybe a little bit of an overpeak, but Turbo is going to be brought down to 1 HP. In the fight.
Nice shot out of Frosted, though. So this is a 2-on-2. Tap's starting to go out, and he's going to stick! But my goodness, Frosted! Putting them down where they stand! And that's map point!
And just when I thought they couldn't lose that. Frosted with such good shots. I feel like he's been a little bit quiet on this map, but to bring us to match point, you cannot fault him there.
And with no timeouts left to spare for the side of Silly Geese, using both in that first half, they're just left a bit confused and dazed and unsure what to do, as, well, they might just say go next.
And this is really difficult because you have that Ural and you have the Visal up for Pup, so these retakes are going to be super, super strong. So if I'm SG, you just need to look for picks. And Hunter, you do have the Hunter's Fury, but I don't know if Pup is going to give any picks. Brick is ready to send something. It is going to be 4-man A main. Everyone from Pup does have to fall off, but again, they're preparing for a retake. They have the ultimates for it. And they're just going to deny the kills from SG. They need people alive. Look at Turbo. All the way walked out from C now. The stacks can just go over towards B and A. And the split is just... They're ready for it.
Trying to go through, trying to play a bit of a hero, but A hero is not what they needed there. They're already up 12-5.
Spike
But it is still going to be a 3-on-3. Numbers stay the same, but I don't think they're going to be ready for Turbo to stab them in the back.
enemy remaining.
Steal Garden to practically confirm the round, and it is not planted for Robot at all. And they will still win the map regardless of it. Pup just shy of 30 kills, as it's going to be 13-5 to end the first map in a turn of events that I don't think any of us would have expected. For that first map to go so heavily in the favor of Pup.
Yeah, I mean, after watching this team matchup yesterday and looking at SG being so strong, it is genuinely surprising to see such a dominant win over for Pup. But I mean, let's look at the history of these teams and how they and what they've played.
I mean,
Right? The map stat. Hold on, sorry.
tech problems. While they get that sorted out, I'm gonna go down through the list. Pup, 455 ACS, finishing the map 29-9, alongside 9 assists, 4 first bloods. Every single round, it just sort of felt like he was just lighting up the kill feed. I mean, effective because he effectively was. There's no denying that. There's a reason why, again, that this team is named after them. As you do see some of these prior matchup stats coming out. These are the head-to-head stats. In week 1, Silly Geese taking it 2-0. Week 9, falling to Pupperhampton, and in the upper finals, winning 2-0. So, Pupperhampton looking to even the score a little bit, but maybe a little bit more than even and take the lead, as the grand finals should probably be considered a little bit more than just a regular season win.
Yeah, I remember the players talking about it. I was talking to Happy Cookie over on Pup, and he was saying that the rematch curse is real. It was 2-0 Silly Geese the first time they played off, and then 2-0 the second time. Then just yesterday in the upper finals, 2-0 for Silly Geese again. So now Pup is slated for a 3-0. I hope not. I hope to see 5 maps here, but we should be pulling up. Let's look at Pup's map stats for playoffs here.
Yeah.
They're going in with the disadvantage. SG has the double ban because of the win.
In the upper bracket finals, yes.
Yeah, the first map here, Lotus. They were kind of slated to win here. Oh. With the 100% win rate on Lotus. And yeah, SG not looking as strong, but our map coming up is Split. And Pup looks really strong in this map. And we've only seen SG once so far this playoff. So I'm really curious to see how this matchup is going to go. I feel like
one thing I want to note is that you look at the two differences. Silly Geese playing playing many more maps in general, because I believe this was a play-in team. They did not get a bye. They still had to go through a gauntlet of multiple best of 3s.
Yeah, no, they were all in the same group. They were both in the same group, I believe, but Pup ended up getting more points overall, getting the first seed of the tournament, so getting the bye. And then PRX had more points than SG, so they also did not get a bye. And so it ended up with SG having to play from play-ins that first map against Fentanyl, or the first match against Fentanyls, which was close.
So,
and yeah, so this is a good team. Everyone's known they're a good team, but this is a run. All the way to grand.
Absolutely, it has been a run. Well, with that being said, nobody go anywhere. We'll be right back coming at you with map 2 Split right after this break.
Freaking scare me, dude.
How are you a Phoenix,
You're
man?
scaring me.
Bro, I give him a smoke to hide.
No.
Yeah.
No.
We disagree actually.
Freaking W flash, bro. That's because I'm the freaking awesomeness, actually.
Wait, how did you not die to the omen?
Okay.
You win this.
Let's go. Yeah, that's fine.
One enemy.
You and me.
Tough luck, correct? Tough luck. Win the shit, correct.
Bro, he wins that
you
shit.
got it.
Fucking wins.
Alright, I'm gonna ult.
126 on Jet.
One habit.
Tower one. Just pushing CT.
Oh, danger. But
Bow! Oh my god! Oh my god, bro. Flash. Oh wait.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Satchel out. Spike planted.
Oh my god. That's it.
D7, heaven. One more.
I know, but he can't.
So 22.
He's breach ulti. He cannot capitalize off breach ulti. What is he doing? Oh, he can. I'm trying.
Back. Regular.
Okay, drop.
Wait.
CT.
No, they're in CD.
Right there.
Yeah, in CT.
3, 2 or 3.
Spike down A.
On your right.
One enemy remaining.
What just happened?
I'm going to kill Bovis Bullshit in real life. At Bovis Bullshit 117 32. That's the what is the zip code? The address is 3746.
Yeah,
Wait, he got 3.
Yo,
There's a guy in the bookie right side.
Even more.
Last player
I
standing.
thought you were talking about
have
that
ears,
Gecko,
bro.
I thought you were talking about that Gecko, bro. Guys, I can't do everything. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, they just like the end.
Tell him in game.
Okay, my ammo actually locked. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? Wait, why am I what? Wait. What's this? 4 box?
4 box is crazy. Oh.
Sorry. I'm playing full safety.
Jumped up. Get your king. Wait.
That's fucked up.
Oh, there's one arcade. I mean, tunnel.
One enemy remaining.
I swear.
Beta C.
No.
There's just 2
He's like that! Oh my god. This guy's going for one ways? That's cringe.
Where are you? Spike down A.
It could be through heaven, though.
Winnable! Come on, guys! Hype up!
It should have never been losable.
Who let the dogs out? Come on! Oh yeah!
You guys got issues, bro.
Who makes the roti?
You
Blocking fire.
What the fuck?
Where the fuck?
Okay.
Where was he?
Mid.
Alright.
One enemy remaining.
Pulling them in. My ult's ready.
50.
Welcome back, everyone,
hello.
to map 2 of this grand finals between Silly Geese and the Pupperhampton Puppers. I see TMV is watching Sideshow playing a Pokemon ROM hack. I don't know why I felt the need to say that, but with that being said, first map going the way of Pupperhampton, 13-5, an absolute dominating fashion. I'm not sure people really expected a stomp of that caliber, or a stomp of that caliber going the way of Pup.
Yeah, I mean, especially with yesterday's performance, we've seen SG perform really well, and I'm a little surprised. I mean, they're probably just warming up. We do have at least 2 more maps to go, right? So we can expect a good performance from SG. But this was a good map for Pup, and so is Split. But also, these are good maps for Split is also a good map for SG, and then we're gonna see Ascent, which is also a really good map for SG. So I just don't expect a 3-0 here. I expect at least 4 maps, and I kind of want to. And yeah, I believe we're going right into the agent select.
Yeah, and that we are. I do also wish for it to not be a 3-0, just because we've never really seen one of those, believe it or not. Every single grand finals for TCNA related event, the grand finals has always been a sweep, whether that be 2-0 or 3-0. So history could be made here.
I really hope so, because I have always wanted a banger grand finals. I believe the only time we've ever seen more than like a close matchup was TCM1. That was the one I played in.
Yeah, it's the first TC mini. And
so it's been a long time.
Been a very long time. But see Brick Crusher going to his regular breach that we all know him for. Now, an interesting thing that I was saying yesterday that I noticed, Pup, obviously still on that Yoru, but you got Pup and Ding. Really, the Yoru Raze combo, they're practically always going to be playing those 2 agents. Happy Cookie, I think, is probably always on Omen. Almost always on Omen. So it's really just kind of Turbo who swaps between a few Sentinels. You'll always see Frosted on that Fade. You'll always see Pup on that Yoru. You'll always see Ding on that Raze. You'll always see Happy on that Omen. Turbo flipping. They just flip between a few different Sentinels. But what's interesting about this composition, at least for me, is that there's no breach in this composition while you're running double duelists on a map like Split, which I think can definitely be detrimental to the team composition, because you don't have those stuns to work with. Yes, you have the Yoru flashes and the Ray satchels to work with, but sometimes you need a little bit more than just raw 50-50 aim duels, and that's a lot of the fights that Pup take most of the time. They don't really use many abilities outside that Yoru flash to really take most of these fights.
Yeah, I think a breach, especially with players like Pup, is super strong, but I mean, you were saying like these players are only playing certain agents. I don't expect them to play agents too far out of their comfort range. So if no one here's a breach player, it's not really super surprising to me that they're just gonna, run the Pup. I mean, you can trust in Pup just to win fights by himself. He doesn't necessarily need anyone or like any setup to, I can't talk. Sorry. He doesn't need any setup to win duels or win fights. He's just ready to win it himself, and it's going to be Pup's just a clone over towards B. Leah whiffing a little bit on the clone. And
but fight's going to erupt out towards A, as Stream is not following the Observer. Guys? Stream's not following the Red Observer. Well, despite all that, it is still going to be a 4-on-2 in favor of Pupperhampton.
Fights are gonna go out. It is pretty difficult here for SG to do anything, but it is Gins. So from him, and I can believe anything, Leah will find Turbo. But it's going to be Happy and Ding doubling up Heaven here. This can go really right or really
Spike
wrong.
planted.
But no one's going to even opt in to go Heaven. Happy, lower HP. It might be worth it to go for a little bit of a wrap. And that he does. Dog is going to go down site, and Gins and Leah stuck in the seas, but they're going to find Frosted.
One enemy remaining.
They're just completely overrun. How in the world has this round became winnable? Swing coming through. Ding! With the beautiful shot. Leave it to a 1 versus 1. Those paint shells doing so much damage. Ginsburg not aware of the spread of the nade.
Yeah, I don't think he was.
And it
ready for
will
that
be
at
the
all.
clutch from a Ding.
I mean, it was kind of hard to. I know the stream didn't follow anything that happened, but it was a good fight from SG towards Amin. A lot of util prepared for it, but somehow, someway, the pup players came out on top, and unfortunately, Ginsburg just couldn't clutch out, or Gins and Leah couldn't clutch out the 2v4.
Alright, everyone blame Max. He decided to go AFK when the map started, so he can't fix the OBS. He can't fix what observer you're seeing.
Boo Max. Just kidding, don't.
Everyone,
a lot of work.
He does do a lot of work. But do blame him though. However, luckily enough,
a lot of work.
still gonna be able to see Ding as we are going as that observer has been fixed now. Turbo, they're gonna hear all 3 of these players rotate, so no real surprise going to happen here. Stun paranoia combination. You got Turbo to be able to stab them in the back, though, for a nice clean 2-0 start for the side of Pupperhampton.
And not much to note there, just taking some space, Ding with some nice shots, and Turbo with the nice lurk. This is not, I wouldn't say this is the start you want for SG, but it is not over for them at all. I think it's really difficult to defend against a player like Pup, who is calling for his team, and also at the same time being a complete menace on his own. He's kind of defaulting this Euroclone over towards B to threaten. He wasn't even there the pistol round when the Euroclone walked up.
I have heard that spike drop towards bottom mid.
Yeah, I wonder if Eddie or Brick Crusher did as well. I don't know if he's ready, but he saw the gun barrel. Eddie does find Ding, and that's a good pick to start off this anti bonus here. Well, yeah, just their bonus.
Gins is going to be able to spot out Turbo, so a little bit more damage dealt before any real attempt at a potential site take really happens. Pup gonna have to do absolute wonders with this Guardian. Well, I mean, if there's a man to do it, it's definitely him. That wide jump peak, a little bit too wide for comfort, but still staying alive as Pup's gonna find this timing around. Spot, just a random shot. They have no idea that he actually was there.
Oh my, Eddie!
Eddie! Taking him down. It's gonna be a flawless anti-bonus.
I think Eddie got a new mouse today.
See? No, that's the gaming chair, bro. That's the gaming chair. Leah just taking a random shot through the box, by the way. Finding the dink on the Pup.
It didn't even matter because Eddie hit an absolute hospital flick onto Pup's head. So a good round from SG. I believe that was a flawless, right? No guns lost.
Yes, it was a flawless.
They're absolutely going to be happy with that, and now Smoke's gonna go out towards A. Again, we're playing a little bit aggressive. We see this Eddie Brick Crusher combo a lot. And Brick Crusher is gonna find Turbo, who's walking out of the smoke. Maybe not the best play there. Now Pup's gonna have to regroup somewhere, fight someone. It's gonna be Gins taking a little bit of contact. The clone getting pulled back while blinding. Oh, the spam is really nice, but Happy's still going to be able to avoid the paint shells, and now it's A lot of pressure applied mid, but they're staying strong. You just gotta look somewhere else. Bomb is going with Frosted over to B, and he is going to be spotted out.
And Leah going to spot Frosted. Trying to take that duel, but now Leah's position is compromised. She's got to be careful. As a potential double swing on ramp might come through as Pup. A little bit isolated, but Eddie will be able to get away. And look at just how much respect they're giving to Pup as he's going to TP away. And that baits not one, but two rotates over.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, now
Leah's completely stuck. Showstopper online for Ding. And that might just be the difference maker in this round, potentially. So it will be used. Going to be able to find one to Eddie, but Brick Crusher swiftly with the trade. That's 3 on the round as Pup's going to pop through this smoke. No, he's not. Waiting ever so patiently for Robot to teleport over to the other side. Reading his moves to perfection.
The dimensional fabric here.
So it will be a 3-1 start.
That's smart from Ding, knowing that our planner is open and we're not quite prepared on the site. We need to just pop the result to prevent anyone from CT floating out. As the Heaven Flood was coming, Brick Crusher still was able to get to, but it was just Pup and Frosted in nice positions. Maybe a little bit of a misplay from Robot there, TPing into the open for Pup to kill him. Again, this is just incredible. Pup brought the entire rotate over towards A, and so it was just almost a freebie site. Oh, but the punish, again, it's Eddie and Brick Crusher standing together. And yeah, Sean.
Just the dry fights. Just the raw aim duels that have been won, and that's a huge fight to win, especially with a Spectre at that range as well. Onto that undisputed MVP, as Pupperhampton doesn't look like they're really going to be able to do a whole lot here, especially after that shot from Robot, looking for the second.
Spike down.
Looking for the third as well. Turbo put him to rest, but Ginsburg there with the swift trade. Very, very nice response.
Yeah, I think the players over on Pup are going to have to start respecting that main default smoke. Because, you know, Eddie and Brick Crusher are just holding it down. They're not really going to let anyone through unless your name is Pup. Well, not even. They are ready for anything, and that's a good, very good round for SG to win, because now the economy is looking good, and Eddie can pull out the op.
Cutting through.
I would argue an Outlaw here is a little bit better, but no fault in the op. Money is very low from the side of Pup, so we're looking for an aggressive pick here, and Pup, with the hero rifle, is definitely going to look for something.
Look for something indeed. Gonna take this duel in the Ginsburg. As Robot's gonna find the spam through the smoke. Pup starting off 2 and 4. Gins running past the smoke, knowing that the weaponry is not on their opponent's side. Turbo is gonna be able to pick up that hero rifle in mid, but
One enemy remaining.
Frosted, sprayed down, done deal, tie game.
Yeah, health is low. A couple people are low HP, but nobody's gonna be taken out. The flawless for SG to bring it back to 3-3, and believe we just called a P10 here. So
Yeah, Klaus Pansy and APAC, we got a tech pause in our hands from the looks of it. I'm not quite sure what the reason is for, but hopefully we will get it sorted real quick.
Oh, wasn't a P11. Yeah, I guess we could take this time to kind of talk about some of Pup's game plan here. As you can see from the round that, you know, Pup just walked onto A, made some noise, teleported away. Looks like it's FPS issues.
Yeah,
Which is
so
all good.
Pup saying requesting to disable Spectra, so we won't really be able to get much out of off of his
We do have
stats.
a backup.
Do you have a backup?
Yes, we have an observer with Spectra, so We
Okay,
should be all
awesome.
good. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, Pup is taking kind of one side of the map all on his own, so he can, because they're gonna respect him, right? So they're gonna rotate over if they see Pup. They're gonna stack at least 2 players, right? And that's gonna create weaker sites for the rest of the team to take. You trust it, the trust in Ding and everyone else on Pup to just fully walk out and take the site without a lot of the pressure. They're kind of getting an idea of where players are playing. So Gins and Eddie playing towards a main. And SG, their goal is kind of they're taking early space towards A to prevent just to prevent a lot of, I feel like A main is a little bit of an underrated area in Split, and they're taking that. A lot of early space. They can take the fights. Brick Crusher and Eddie, they like playing together because Eddie is honestly the fragger on this team, despite being their gold player technically. Also, despite Gins being 9-3 right now. Eddie is always going to be the one looking for the picks, so Brick Crusher is going to be there always to set him up with the stuns and flashes.
Not quite sure how much longer it's going to take. Do you want to do some random trivia?
Sure.
All right. What is Barbie's full name?
Barbie?
Yeah, they have a full name.
I didn't even know they had a full name. I thought she was just Barbie. Barbenheimer.
Yeah, Barbara Millicent Roberts is Barbie's full name, which I've never heard of before.
Honestly, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So does that mean Ken has a full name?
Maybe. Probably,
Kennethan?
actually. Yeah, it's probably like Kennethan Johnson
Steve
Smith or some shit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at these random trivia categories. We see what U.S. state is Chicago in. You know that one? That one's a crazy one.
Illinois, maybe.
Maybe. But we are seeing lots of R's in chat as we are going to be heading back into the swing of things.
Yes, sir.
Just waiting for everyone to be fully ready before we head in. And we are back and ready to go.
Round starting, we're going to see kind of the same thing, but Eddie with the operator is going to be posted up towards B main. It's going to be a really fast B hit or mid hit for up here.
Oh, Robot, that paranoia, but happy, not going to get caught by it, taking out his doppelganger.
Yeah, paranoia is going to delay for people to rotate over, but now it's 4v5. Nightfall comes out to find everyone, and they're just still stuck in mid, but Turbo, with a beautiful lurk, has taken so much space up ramp. That allows all of the players to come through vents, and the your ult, again, remember what I was saying, he's just going to fake these players out completely. Your ult through B, the B side players are going to call for it, and they're just going to rotate towards, or Pup is just going to rotate towards A. The rest of his team plant in a good post plan.
All the space that they have taken here as well. Ginsburg, a nice shot on the ding, but still going to be a little bit difficult. Brick Crusher going to have to do the near impossible. Going to be able to find the first. Looking towards ramp up, hiding away. Trying to find the timing. Can't quite find the shot, but gets a hell of a lot of damage in the process. Finally able to take him down, but Ginsburg leaves Pup alone in a 1 versus 3 after taking out 3 of his own.
Yeah,
and they're going to be able to retrieve that operator as well.
Such a good post plant, even with Ding down and screens. The Heaven has so many layers that you're forced to pay attention to. Pup over on ramp, he can rotate quickly, but Gins and Turbo are just gonna walk through, ready, go straight on the site. And that was a really, really solid retake round. Now, we do have a lot of ults up for Pup now. Mainly that Nightfall for any site take, but we do have retake ults with the Rolling Thunder over on the side of SG. And Eddie, it's Eddie and Brick Crusher back on A. Eddie's still with the op though. And Eddie,
We'll
yeah,
find that shot though.
Was that through the smoke?
Ginsburg's a little bit stuck here though, almost finding a second. Leon Robot though to help him out.
Gun here.
Turbo, they're left all alone in a 1 versus 4 situation as this half is just a couple of clicks away from really getting out of hand potentially, especially if they're not able to convert this next one.
Yeah, this is looking really good for SG. And I would argue this is Pup's strong side with 2 duelists and Pup's ability to, you know, control the map like he can. I think we're going to go a little bit more basic here. We've been trying a lot of mid splits, a lot of pressure on the mid players. Now I think the call is just to contest towards A, fight Eddie, finally take him down. But Brick Crusher, he's playing a little bit further away from Eddie than he normally does. Mainly, that's probably because of the op, but also it sets him up in a better position to get the early space here.
Yeah, posting up on the spot with the operator again, almost able to find that shot. Pup gonna take that timing and teleport deep in. Eddie gonna find a little bit of damage to the corner of the wall. Brick Crusher only gonna be able to find one. Paint shells bouncing off the top of the door frame though. Ding, not going to be able to find the value that they wish they could have. As Leah shuts down Pup. As it starts to fall apart. Turbo doing the best that they can. But it's Frosted. 1 versus 3. C's not going to hold on to him. But Leah the one to take him down 6-3. As we go with only 3 rounds left to go here in the half, and it can get dangerous fast.
I mean, this just looks so good from SG. They're retaking these sites really well. I was going to compliment Pup on, you know, knowing what SG is doing, knowing their game plan. He had a free TP into the open for the site because he knows two players are playing Heaven with Eddie and Brick Crusher on the op. Well, Eddie on the op. And so he had the free TP into the A site, but it didn't even matter because the retakes are just so strong from SG. They're just splitting up everything into little spots. They take Heaven, they take ramp, they take site. And it was honestly Leah with really good shots there to take out two of the defending players, including Pup. So now we've returned back in the middle with these splits.
With not many weapons to work with.
This is a low buy. A lot falls on Gins and Turbo here. Paranoia is going to catch Gins. That's going to force both of them to fall off. Eddie will find Pup in B main though, and that ruins a lot of the plans for Pup here.
It's just round after round. It's just round after round of Eddie just being able to find these kills on Pup before he can do absolutely anything. Pup falling to 4 and 8, double negative. Something you never really see. I don't think he's gone negative. I don't think he's finished a map negative once ever. Brick Crusher thinking about using that Rolling Thunder in order to confirm the round. Deciding not to respect Happy Cookie as that much, potentially.
30 seconds left.
Thinking that he might be able to deal with him, but... I know, but... Well... Rolling Thunder to not confirm the round. If Happy Cookie manages to clutch this.
Yeah, but it is difficult because Eddie knows the only place he can come from is Heaven.
Teleporting across, might have heard it. Absolutely hears it now as this plant comes through. Will go down. It's up to Eddie to hit the shot. Knows where Happy has to be, but wraps around and gets caught. Yeah, 7 now, and that's 6 in a row. 6 in a row for the defense.
Yeah, this game, they've really just figured out how to shut down Pup. He's just not able to get anything done
We're the best.
It's been
Any of you
a
forget
lot of the
that?
rounds rely on Ding, even Turbo, to get a lot of the kills now. I think a game plan change from Pup is in order for them to come back on this half. This is already really solid defense from SG. This is the amount of rounds you want to get at the very least. So SG's goal is just to win 2 more, get a 9-3 half, go into a solid attack. Okay, slowly walk up with the default clone. We have the Nightfall ready.
Leah's got the double kill trips here, though. And as this Nightfall comes out, so will the rest of the squad. Happy going to spot Leah, knowing that no one's going to really be able to come out and deny them of this site. So those 2 kill trips aren't going to be able to find any value. Plant goes down, the instant rolling thunder being used here. Paint shells to slow the push out of CT. And chaos erupting into the site. Ginsburg left in a 1 versus 3.
Spike planted.
Making it down to a 1 versus 2, though.
Marked 1.
Here's that teleport. Ginsburg looking, slowly creeping up. Not going to be able to find the shot into Pup, though. So that streak of 6 rounds in a row will be broken.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, and that was a genuinely beautiful site take. The Nightfall into the Ominal and Rafters. I couldn't tell you what happened because I think all those kills came at the exact same time. But
Yes,
so
they
much
did.
So much util just thrown around. So many fights, but Pup taking all of the kills and just... I mean, what could Gins do? This is, it was just a really good site hit, and I think that's what Pup needs to do right now, is just go for the site hits. We do have the your ult coming out now. Pup is gonna spot Leah all the way in the back, and disrespect, just on ult, right on top of her with the shorty.
You still got Turbo and mid to keep a hold of the space. Knows that there's no one flanking, and it's going to be able to... And they're going to be able to wrap through mid later during the round. Well, that is if they're able to get this spike plant down. Showstopper going to be used from the other side now. Going to be able to find Pup before he can fully teleport away. Looking for the second now as Eddie knows that Frosted is stuck and will take them down. You see this wrap through mid from Turbo, but with the rest of their squad down, not much they're going to be able to do. 8-4 to end the half.
And a beautiful half from SG, an absolutely one they're happy with. I mean...
Happy? Like happy cookie?
Like
say that again.
Thing with 1 satchel and a ghost. I've never seen that by. But yeah, now that we swapped
1
sides,
satchel and a ghost. You would think it would be more beneficial to get the Boombot, wouldn't you?
I think so.
They might be cooking some really interesting stuff, but Pup 7 and 9 to end the first half. Very low on the leaderboard for what we're used to seeing out of Pup.
Yeah, especially on split generally. I think SG has done a lot of work into looking at what Pupperhampton does, because they just have a read on Pup constantly. And now Pup's gonna play fast rotate, go for the picks in mid and fight Ding and Pup together, take out all of SG.
And that was just a beautiful call. Beautiful call. You heard, you know, Pup, definitely the voice of the team, without a doubt. Being able to hear all that coming through and just the team to put the faith into the fight and just flooding out into mid. Melts the rest of the squad.
Just Leah alone. Nobody's going to give any fights. Pup though, looking out, needed fate, but Ding with the 3K and a really good round. Like I was saying earlier, I feel like SG has a good read on Pup, but also at the same time, Pup is just general great game sense. So he knows what you need to do on split, and so he's gonna contest it. He's gonna fight it. He constantly has this rotate TP up for defense. This is his way of being everywhere on the map. that I feel like was a little bit more difficult on split, or on attack, sorry.
There.
And yeah. SG is going to go back for the mid hit. Pup just takes super aggressive space in A main with the haunt to clear out everything.
Interestingly enough, they just got booned by trying to walk down through mid of the round before, and they're gonna try it once more.
Game plan did change a little bit. They are just going through vent. That nade is so good.
Yeah, and that's gonna mow down Eddie. Thing is gonna be pushed back as well. I was thinking maybe the spike might go down, but we still got Pup and Turbo on the site that you have to deal with. Pup good to be able to find his second on the round. Robot lucky to just find one. At least get the Bulldog out of their hands, but after getting swarmed up and cleaned up, that Bulldog will get picked right back up into the hands of the Pupperhampton Puppers, and they cut this lead down to 2 as they head into the bonus.
I just want to point out, I think that round was a perfect representation of why Pup is on Yoru constantly. It's the only agent he's picked. Maybe it's become a challenge now, but just so notice how at the beginning of the round he instantly took B main, walked out of B main, saw all the space was clear with the haunt, or along with the haunt, and then when they're splitting A with the vents take, he instantly TPs, takes sight, and he gets 3 that round. He is allowed to be everywhere.
Yeah, that's what he does best on. That's what he does best on Yoru, going for an aggressive play, similar to what they did in mid, and it's gonna work out beautifully.
Yeah,
what I was
people down already.
What I was trying to say is like the way that Pup uses his Yoru teleports is just perfect. Being able to be practically everywhere on the map at once, finding all the info, relaying that to the rest of his team.
Spike down B.
Finds another through the smoke. Blink and you miss it. This is a 2-on-5 on a bonus round. Pup flashing through, and it's gonna be a flawless bonus round on top of it.
Yeah, this the Pup we were talking about.
I don't care
Like,
if there are
drops
5 of
these
them or
insane
50.
score lines like he did last map,
go.
like he did a series ago. And we're gonna see a timeout over the side of SG from Kez. We're probably gonna be talking about the faster rounds we're playing here, because I think the slower you play against Pup, the better, because that's gonna run his TPs out. He's gonna have less control of the map. And that's just gonna give you a lot of opportunities. But even now, we're gonna go into a lower buy. Outlaw would be really strong here, by the way. Let's see if anyone on Pup realizes that. But even if you can take a site, get a couple of picks, a couple of guns, Pup is there with the dimensional drift just to retake, and that's such a strong retake tool. It's going to be really difficult, at least this round, for SG to find anything. And I think even if the plan goes into next round, where we figure something out, it's still going to be difficult, because I doubt Pup's going to rip the dimensional drift this round unless something goes really wrong. So yeah.
No ultimates to work with on the side of the silly geese. Not even close to any.
We're closest to the Omen ult and the Cypher ult from the shadows and what?
Neural theft.
Neural theft, thank you.
But I mean,
real rusty.
Still, even still, that's the closest one you're 4. You're 3 away, and that's not gonna help you win a round most of the time. Yes, they're helpful, but they're not round-defining ultimates.
Yeah, Pup already taken a TP and sent another one into spawn. He went instantly to reinforce the middle, which they've been fighting this entire round. But now, again, we're playing a little bit slower, running those Pup TPs out.
Pup just taking that fight in mid and will be able to teleport out, not even needing to use any sort of dimensional drift whatsoever. I mean, simply put, I mean, if you win the gunfights, you don't really need to use much else! Dang, the triple spray down!
Bell emoji. Bell emoji.
Bell emoji. My goodness. And that puts the showstopper online for him for the next round. Turbo. Watching the flank perfectly.
Yeah,
as they should be able to find Leah.
Such a good round from Pup to bring it back to 8-8. And That was a really, really good round for Ding to get his ult up. Now, I feel like the retakes are going to be really, 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 really strong from Pup. And so SG is in a really big predicament because they need this round, or else they're going to go to another eco, and then it's going to be nigh impossible for Pup or for them to get back into the game because Pup's economy is already out of control. So we're going to need.
Yeah, this was an 8-4 half. An 8-4 half that quickly turned into a tie game. And you see Pup instantly using those teleports to maneuver himself around the map. Mid trip is going to be broken. That is going to get a rotate out of Ding towards middle. Leah will get spotted out. Ding walking down ramp, potentially going to try to take a dry fight here. So it looks like he will, and he will find the kill and win the fight. Teleporting out is Pup after taking Robot down to 13 HP.
This is just the exact opposite of what SG needs right now. They need to get these picks. They need to be finding them, and yeah, the delay. I mean, it's a nice nade, but it's not going to do a lot. Ding, spraying. No, not quite going to find default.
Yeah, planted behind that box, still going to stay alive as this dimensional drift and most probably showstopper combination is going to come through. Two players are going to be spotted in screens. Ding will be able to find Ginsburg. A triple on the round. As it's not planted perfectly for them. Eddie's swinging around the side, only going to be able to find one. And Robot, with no HP left to work with, just has to save. And they might not be able to do that. Well, I say that, but Turbo is going to drop down, and Robot will be able to live with that weapon in hand, but it's still the first lead of the map here for the side. Excuse me, not the first lead of the map. First lead of the half, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. And another timeout from Kez coming out. I mean, SG's read here is just... I mean, it can even be good, but it's just so difficult. Because like I said, those ults just to secure this round. Now the economy is going to be in shambles for SG here. They're going to try to force up on buys here. It's just going to be Gins on the Stinger, sorry. Spectre. That's a gun no one uses anymore. So yeah, it's going to be difficult. Pup is going to get on the op, and I mean, we were talking about how he's everywhere. That's what I love about Yoru op, is it's just everywhere. You can't predict where it's going to be. I want to talk about Ding a little, though. He has just been on a heater this map. Typically, you just see... Typically, Ding is doing fine, and then you have Pup doing exceptional. But now I feel like it's the opposite, where Ding is doing exceptional, and Pup is just doing... I mean, he's also doing great, but... not the typical Pup we see.
Yeah, far from it.
As that timeout ends, we're going to see the readjustments from SG. We are, in fact, all buying up to the best of our ability, except for Eddie.
20 on 11 on Ding is, you know, not something that a lot of people expected out of him. Pup going to get revenge on Eddie from that first half, using an operator of his own against him. Brick Crusher still one off of that Rolling Thunder if they are able to find a pick, as all this space has been taken. Ding will be able to find a spray onto Leah. Brick Crusher with that Bulldog is going to be able to upgrade. Ginsburg should open up the site, but no one knows it yet. Potentially looking to crawl back into the vents. And the noise is made on the ropes. When do these rotates come through? Surely now, after you hear all the stomping going around.
Found my wire.
Yeah,
Trip in mid is broken.
Oh, maybe.
You got Pup coming in fast with this operator, though. Spots Robot, doesn't find the kill. Paranoia to push him off the angle as Robot will safely teleport across. Still 7 seconds left on that dark cover, though. Ginsburg forced to play it safe.
30 seconds left.
Rolling Thunder is online for Brick Crusher, though, if they decide to use it. Nightfall is going to confirm 2 players. Brick Crusher looking right at the wrong moment! it! Turbo shuts it down!
It's just absolute terror. Such an important kill from Turbo there to get Brick Crusher because he had the Rolling Thunder. He had the most HP. It was a lot of pressure on everyone else on SG to... There's a lot of pressure because they were 1 HP, not in good positions for a post plant. They had to rip the ults because you just need a round. And now we're going to go into a very low buy. Try to pull up everything we can. Eddie actually forces an op here. And we're actually... Never mind. Ignore the low buy. We are trying to buy up. We're 1 away from an Eddie ult. We have the Rolling Thunder. This should be around for SG here if they can pull off these ults. Only ult coming up for Turbo, or only ult coming up for Pup is Turbo's, the Cypher ult. Yeah, instant pressure in mid. We're not... Notice how Pup actually isn't fighting it anymore. They've noticed they're fighting the extremities now. Leaving mid open because they already applied so much pressure. Now they're changing up their playstyle. Probably because of that pop-up.
6 consecutive rounds in a row for this defense. And they just continue to roll, continue to prosper. Couple of players walking down towards B mains. It's slated to be a little bit of a B hit. See how it works out. Rolling Thunder going to be used, but Happy Cookie. That paranoia is going to buy a lot of time. Potentially getting spammed out. Yes, he will. Ginsburg to find the frag. As Leah, Robot caught with his knife out in the middle of the open. Still gonna be a man advantage for the Silly Geese. Sting to take out that operator as Frosted from out of nowhere. The top rope. Double spray down. Make it 7 in a row.
This has got to be heartbreak for SG here. I feel like so much went wrong, and I just can't imagine what the comms are like right now. You still have 3 ultimates up. They just weren't able to be used, and the site couldn't be taken. I mean, the site just... So many missed shots, so many missed plays from SG. Site was not clear, and it just allowed all of the Pup players just to flood in and get free pickings. Yeah, okay, Pup's return to mid here.
See that fault line potentially being used for Heaven, but not going to be used quite yet. You see the Seasonade combo. Big trap play coming through. Those paint shells not going to be able to find a lot of damage as Brick Crusher. Actually, will be able to find a kill on the robot, excuse me. As they're completely stuck. Stuffed into the corner. Turbo is going to get spotted, but Ding finding Brick Crusher as Leah will simply get overrun.
My ult is ready.
And it's looking to be another map point here for Pupperhampton.
Player standing. Spike down mid.
It's just so difficult to come back. It was an 8-4 half, need I remind you. It's been 8 rounds in a row. Unless Eddie can pull off something incredible, which... 1 shot to start it all. Still, it's a Pup op.
Yeah, Satchel betrays him there a little bit. Won't let him wide swing out as far as he would have hoped. But that is going to be another map point. 8 rounds in a row. A flawless defensive half here for Pupperhampton as they want to go to Ascent now.
Yeah, and we still have these ults up for SG, but I feel like it's the worst possible scenario because you have counter ults over on the side of Pup, and again, you use these ults to get on the site or to get a lurk pick. They're gonna respond with their own ults in the retakes or in counter aggression. It's just not. There's just not a lot you can do for SG. It's so difficult.
We'll catch them.
See those paint shells being used as Eddie trying to take this Heaven space here with this showstopper. Will be able to find a pick onto Turbo. Happy Cookie next to step up to the plate. Swinging out, but won't be able to find much. Counter showstopper from Ding gets shut down by Ginsburg. This Pup will not be able to find the timing, and it's a flawless round. Still gonna need 3 more against a booming economy, but not impossible. Still going to be very difficult to do as that 8-round consecutive streak finally comes to an end. It's 9-12.
Yeah, that match point staring them in the face, but Ginsberg stares death in the eyes when he takes out Ding there. That was really, really good from him. We're 1 away from the Nightfall. We still have from the Shadows and Neural Theft up. It's going to be difficult to come back from this, but definitely not impossible. SG's playing like that. And Eddie,
a nice shot.
Ding.
Pup's running down Leah quite literally with that running gun kill with that Vandal at close range.
Yeah, that's really strong, and he knows that's the only person on that side of the map, because Leah's not going to walk out there if she has teammates. So he aggresses after the pick in mid to get a pick back himself. Now they're holding down this side of the map, and Robot just needs to keep up the pressure, but he is going to choose to... No, he is going to stay, and Pup is just going to take the kill. Now he's rotated already over towards A. And again, he throws a rotate TP so he can be everywhere. But I'm not sure if they're going to expect him this close, and no. Maybe right.
Yeah, he is putting this map to rest himself. He struggled a little bit in that first half, ending in a scoreline of around 7 and 9. Eddie not ready to give up just quite yet. Spike is amply planted for them. Those pink shells will be able to delay for a little bit. Spike already ticked halfway down. Would be for the ace clutch, but Eddie wants to survive.
Was that a 2v4 or 2v5?
2 versus 4. Yes, 2 versus 4.
Yeah. Genuinely incredible shots from Eddie with the op there, and SG's absolute savior. We've seen before Eddie saving this team. This is genuinely incredible, keeping them in the game. Again, SG looking into the eyes of oblivion at that match point, and they're not accepting defeat just yet, even after 8 rounds in a row.
Halfway there from the rounds needed to send this game into overtime. Pup hearing all this chaos. Cheering a main. The stun is there. The kill on the Frosted. Pup can do nothing but teleport out. Pink Shell's nearly dealing in Ginsberg. Plant should go down. Eddie so close to that showstopper. Whoa. 2 points away, stuffed into the corner. What are you gonna do? Gonna be able to try to get the quick scope off. It's so damn awkward. Missing every shot under the sun. Pup to even up the scoreline. Neural Theft's gonna be used, exposing Brick Crusher's position. 4 and 4 with everyone stuffed onto the site. It has to be heroics, and it has to be now. Brick Crusher to do his best, but his best is not enough. A 2-map lead in this grand finals for Pupperhampton as we go to Ascent.
8-4 comeback, or 4-8 comeback for Pup. 8 rounds in a row to even up the score, or to bring it to match point. SG trying to stay alive, but it means not. 2-0. Pup on series point.
Yeah, Pup really able to, wake up there in that second half, still finishing 22 and 15, nothing to scoff at, but Ding, man of the map, 320 ACS with a 26 and 15 KDA with 4 first bloods. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, to figure out how they won that map. It was Ding stepping up when it mattered and when it mattered most.
It's so difficult to play against Pup, who is active and firing. And then you have a player like Ding. If he is also up and firing, it is impossible.
They shut down one, but the other one, the emergency generator, started revving itself up and doing a great job at it. With that being said, we will go to a short break before we head into map 3, potentially final map of Ascent. Don't go anywhere.
Oh my god.
Spike down A.
1 satellite. 1
1 enemy remaining.
satellite.
My ult's ready.
think he dropped him though. Oh, he dropped.
Grenade!
Nice. Ew, hug it.
They're going for doors.
He's just
Our spike's down.
Oh, wait.
Spike down. B.
Resource.
Mid.
One enemy remaining.
Last
Last
mid.
one was mid. Last one mid.
A.
Nice, good shit.
Spike drop.
Bomb is in main. I'm rolled up.
I'll mark it. Good trade.
I have the spike.
Odin mark it.
I thought we were.
I'm planning in the corner.
Wait, hold on. Oh my god, you got wait. Is the wall gonna break on me?
3, 2, 1.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Yo.
Unknown.
Placing swarm grenade.
Both flank.
No distraction.
Last player standing. Swarm grenade out. One enemy remaining. Clutch. Swarm grenade out.
I bait for you.
No. Yo.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Wait, maybe you do bait for me.
I'm jumping. I'm jump baiting. Go. I'm jump baiting. He's left. Wait, let me bait. Let me bait my glorious king. Baiting. Go. Here, my glorious king. Yeah.
No.
What the fuck?
That was the greatest play there is, bro.
Switching
Come on,
sides.
Did you see that?
Neon's here, Dad. Bro, that was my clip right there. You had to go ruin it. I'm going for my clip.
I'm here.
Why just entering?
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Mine.
1v2.
Wait, let me get it.
GG.
My clip!
You're not getting that.
No!
I don't care.
Please put that in the video.
No, what the frickin' merc, dude?
120 close.
Check this out.
my
Check this out.
Wait, you can actually win this 1v4.
I'm gonna win this freaking 1v4.
It's
Yeah, no.
so winnable.
1v4. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. 1v4.
Okay.
Last player standing.
Scratch one.
Joke's over. You're dead.
One enemy remaining.
What the?
One enemy remaining.
That's
Fuck you. I knew he was there. I was just looking. What the fuck is this crosshair?
What is this crosshair?
Exactly, bro. It's Trader Sleep region.
Watch your eyes.
Last player.
Bro,
Nah,
Team
bro.
Flash is crazy, bro.
He's no.
Gotta ban this guy, bro.
Jenny is trolling. He's trolling.
Yeah.
Swarm grenade out.
Thanks for the bait, Janma, by the way. Thank you, buddy. I love you. Thank you for the bait.
Guys, I'm throwing. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
Both.
Yeah, I can give you a blind. Hold on. Wait, I need my clip. Hold. Wait, I need to be in the Canada Man video. Canada Man.
This is not going in the camera video. This is ass clip.
I'm blind as shit. You bitch.
Just click. Oh shit. Help! Help! Resmoke me! Resmoke me, please! Oh my god. Yo, get me out! Get me out!
He's dropped.
Yo!
Fine.
He dropped? Okay. Oh my god, bro.
Nah.
Check out this freaking W clip, by the way.
Oh my god! I'm gonna cry!
Oh no, everybody shoots a sniper!
Oh, I just realized I was also muted. Oopsies. Welcome back, everybody, to what could be the third and potentially final map of Throw City Rivals #2. I'm A lot of people thought this was going to be a potential 3-0 for the side of Silly Geese, and now it's an early 2-0 for the side of Pupperhampton. Is Newt here?
I was also muted.
He was also local muted, interestingly enough. Well, an interesting statistic that I want to bring up, Brick Crusher on the side of Silly Geese, funnily enough, has never lost a grand finals. TCNA mini number 3, winning 2-0 against the Duolingo Disciples. And in the Throw City Clash, the first one of North America, winning 3-0 against Team Enigma. So obviously a lot of experience here when it comes to this grand final stage, but some may think he's potentially underperforming here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not the outcome SG would want. I think split, I think they can give up Haven, but the split was definitely a big mental killer. It's just, I think as this ascent, they're really good at, SG is really good at, and so it's going to rely a lot on whether or not they can come back from the mental loss of the 8-4 comeback and face but yeah.
Okay,
so
continue.
I want to point out here that both of these grand finals were kind of sweeps, and that's been true for every single TCNA event. We've just seen sweeps on sweeps, and that's why today I wanted to see it go to map 5 so we can finally get the banger grand finals that we wanted. But oh well. If we see a 3-0 for Pup, I'm excited still because I want to talk about a little more about these teams, right? So last Rivals, one of the grand finalist teams was the Pound or PKT. And we have 4 players from PKT on these 2 teams. We have Gins and Leah on the side of SG, and then Pup and Happy. This PKT last Rivals came in 2nd place, and so now we have a guaranteed PKT winner this series.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I did Firebug draw the wingman?
Yes.
Is that Firebug that you?
Yes.
It's so awesome. I love the little wingman that Firebug drew. You've been using it in like the backgrounds and stuff. It's so cute.
I hadn't. We love that wingman, and I had this idea that every Rivals we would just add another gecko ability. So I want to add like a mosh.
I think that's a great idea. That's a spectacular idea.
We love our little wingman, our little bro.
Little bro, we love our diffuse stickers in here when no one else will. Well, I believe we should be going not quite yet, but coming into the next map relatively soon, as we potentially might see the first sweep, because the last time these 2 teams played, it was a 13-2 in favor of Silly Geese, doing everything in their power to shut down Pup while he was trying to do everything in their power to shut down Pup. Now, what we saw a lot was Pup taking a lot of fights in mid, specifically. So Silly Geese took a lot of effort into taking that mid control and shutting him down in every single situation that they possibly could have, and succeeded with flying colors in doing so. It was a 10-2 half for the side of Silly Geese, and they were shutting down Pup over and over and over and over again and again. So obviously speaking, I would be shocked if, considering that Pup is going to start on the defensive side first, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him try to steer away a little bit from that mid contention and instead focus a little bit more on the mains, because that last time that they did play, they did start on defense as well, and they lost that defensive half 10-2. On a map like Ascent, oftentimes is known as a more defender-sided map. So I'm curious to see how they're going to adapt after such a soul-crushing loss, or if they aren't really thinking about it too much because they know that there's still 2 other maps left in the pool and that they were preparing for a lot of other stuff and leaving Ascent be, or if they might come out, shock us, and continue the streak of sweeps going forward.
Yeah, like you're saying, it was a very, very dominant win for SG last time they played Ascent. And so I'm very interested to see how this will go and how Pup's going to respond to the last time. Because I know both these teams spend a lot of time VOD reviewing and anti-stratting, and I think that's part of like what made SG's split defense so good, is because they knew what Pup was going to do, and they had preparation, for it. But now, again, we've seen Pup improve a lot on these maps, even with Ding showing, or it's Ding showing up now. But I think, oh no, never mind. He is definitely going to be on the Duelist for this map. I was wondering if we were just going to see like a default comp with the Yoru instead of a Jet, but no. We will see Ding on the Jet. And we will still see Pup on the Yoru, of course. So it's going to be the default comp versus
Deadlock, maybe. Now that's something I would love to see to sort of shake this up a little bit. To see Turbo going, because if they're not going to change the defensive or not going to significantly revamp their sort of defensive approach. Like I said, last time that these two teams played, Pup was taking a lot of duels in mid and was getting shut down over and over and over again. That's how they got stomped so badly by SG the last time that these two teams faced off. And so if they're still intend to fight mid, then maybe you don't exactly need that. Deadlock is going to lean further towards that Cypher, but you wouldn't exactly need that. You wouldn't exactly need that alarm bot or tripwire in mid if you are just going to put physically a player there and instead maybe play a little bit more kill setups. But it will seem that the Cypher will still come through. So unfortunately, no Deadlock for us right now. I know TMV just released a video that the Deadlock meta might be coming, but maybe not just quite yet.
Yeah, okay. I mean, these are pretty standard comps we'd see from both teams. Expect the Pup Yoru, Ding on Jet. No surprises here. This is just going to come down to prep between both these teams since the last time they played. So what we want to see is, I guess, an improvement from Pup's plan here. Because he was just, yeah, like Jason was saying, constantly getting shut down.
We'll see the tripwire going into mid, and what I am most interested about, how is these, not exactly opening rounds, how is a mid going to look? Silly Geese abusing mid the last time these two fought each other.
Yeah, and we're gonna see nobody from up and going towards mid. Actually, it's gonna.
There's a gap in that mid smoke. A slight one, but one that might put them on edge a little bit. As you see again, four players in mid as they walk up through cat. Leah going to spot out Pup. Completely stuffed into the corner. So now they know, has to try to speed up. Pup gets shut down though by Leah. Ding to quickly follow into the graves. Happy overwhelmed onto the site, and it's a 4-on-2. Blink and you miss it.
3-on-2 now. That was a really good pick from Turbo to get. Now he's going to regroup with Frosted. Still really difficult because you do have Gins and Eddie alive.
You're full kit of utility here for Frosted.
Revealing area.
Dart's going to come through and in to the jump as well. But Ginsberg and Eddie simultaneously
very
gonna shut down that retake.
Yeah, getting it over with. One round, one pistol to SG, is this their first pistol?
I was about to say, I believe this is their first pistol. 0-4 going into this map. 0-4 in the series going into this map 3 in pistol round. So happy to see that they're able to find their footing a little bit. But we'll see how long that will last, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe... No, they didn't. No. Pup did not win their opening pistol round the last time that these two squads played. Frosted is going to be able to spot out one, merely... excuse me, immediately backing away.
Ginsburg clearing all of this, getting a little bit of pressure towards B main as the rest of SG is going to walk up towards mid. I don't know if they expect up here, but now they do with the clone and Robot with a TP.
Frosted and Ding are going to find them with classics. Brick Crusher kneeling being dealt in, and he will be eventually. So although Ginsburg there to clean it up, very costly round. Still going to be able to get the Outlaw back into the hands of the attack, though.
Yeah, I am telling everyone buy full shield because we know that Outlaw is going to be in play now. And it looks like only two people are going to be able to buy full shield. So this is kind of difficult and really scary. It's going to SG is going to rely a lot on Eddie to get an early pick here and maybe pick up a gun. Robot with the hero rifle. Or saved the Vandal from last round. Ooh,
Pup. Oh, we're gonna get the spam onto Leah and just reads it perfectly.
Ding as well, finding a pick on the other side of the map.
I mean, that's one way to start out the anti-bonus. And I expect to see a lot more of that. We saw Pup the last time these two teams faced, taking those fights in mid, and just like I predicted, changing their setup a little bit, have them fight the mains, because they rarely put players in the mains. They oftentimes only put one or two and have the rest of the squad focus on taking mid. That's exactly how they were able to shut him down so many times, is they abused the hell out of mid. But now that they know, they've VOD reviewed, know that they don't like playing many players towards the mains. And there's no one better at taking those 50-50 duels than Pup. Ding with the triple on the round. Kind of stealing the show. Make it 4.
Ooh. Ding is definitely feeling it right now. And
oh, yeah, he's feeling it.
Glow on the knife right there. Okay, that's a good way to start that's a good starting round for Pup to get. Because now Ding is going to start feeling it. You already know Pup's going to start fragging. But that's still good for SG. We're still buying up here. I don't think SG is worried at all. Ding trying to get on top of Shroud, but I think they patched that a while ago.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, you see Pup again taking that fight, the high-low, bringing him so deathly low HP early on, as things gonna have to back away. There's 3 players in B main here compared to the Silly Geese 2.
Yeah,
and with that trip broken in mid, it's a lot of info that they do not have. However, Pup going to TP over to that A side to watch mid. Door's getting closed. Happy Cookie somehow still alive with just a sliver of HP to his name. 24 HP between him and Pup. As Ding from the main position, no one's cleared. No one checked! And they shall all suffer for that mistake!
Ding with 3 incredible kills. All up to Leah. Anything she can do is good damage, but
seconds left.
Either way, SG an awkward spot, especially for last time. Ding with another 4K.
That's back to back for him. Back to back for him to see the instant replay. No one bothered to clear for it.
Yeah, they're not sending anyone. They're, again, like you were saying, they're really focusing on the mid, so they're not sending anyone into the mains. And now they have Ding abusing that, playing in main, causing just a whole nother angle for SG to clear, causing the problems. Knife is gonna get broken. Ding is gonna take cat. So definitely he has to get out now. Smoke's gonna come up and he's gonna get tagged. SG is gonna speed up towards A. Util goes out. Eddie is like deathly low, but Frosted on site.
Sitting in the back of sight. Lot of damage dealt. Robot being able to find a kill. Now this is a man advantage here for the silly geese. Leah playing back in main and playing off those nano swarm lineups. Calm and collected. Robot looking for another kill. Surely they don't expect him so high up as this smoke's gonna fade, but doesn't have the proper weaponry to really take out Ding as they're going to wisely shrouded step away. Pup to start making a move now, checking back towards main, ready for it, will be able to take out Leah. 2-on-2 now, Ding will not be stopped, and the Hell's Bells continue to ring!
Thanks.
I'm SG, I am scared here. This is the map they were supposed to win. This is the map they're supposed to be better at. It is still just attack, so they're not on the strong half, but Up has definitely done their homework, definitely improved on what went wrong last time.
They improved on everything! They improved on everything! This was a 10-2 loss. The last, or either 10-2 or 10-3 loss for Pup the last time that these two teams played on this map. And now it's looking like a potential 10-2 half.
Oh, this is a nice one.
It is.
I think I said 10-2. 13-2 loss.
Ding. Oh, aggressive.
Ding, running again. Man.
This is a main take.
Man of the hour.
SG. Leah's gonna get putted out in me.
Frosted gonna get swarmed down as chaos erupts in mid. It's a 2-on-3. Frosted will be able to find Ginsburg. Eddie, been so strong this tournament. But it's gonna be so difficult, especially when Ding's on the other side.
Planted.
These knives, just 3 to his name. He does have a Vandal, and he is gonna get spotted out. Has to avoid the spam.
Eddie trying his best, but scan full.
Gun here.
He can just get nothing. Pup is actually absolutely activated right now. Ding specifically 12-2. 4 ults on the board on the side of Pup, and yeah, this is a good time to call a timeout here. We're going into a little bit of eco, and you have 4 ults up. It's time for a change of plans because Pup is getting aggressive on the extremities, and taking mid isn't doing a lot for them anymore. I think the game plan has got to shift towards taking early A main space and then securing just mid pressure, not necessarily mid space. But either way, I think Pup and Ding are going to push out of somewhere regardless, whether it be B main, fight into Leah, or it's going to be fight out of the smoke mid with the flashes, Pup's flashes. Still, it's scary, and even getting onto a site, you have the retake ults again, you have the Hunter's Fury, you have the Dimensional Drift. And the economy is looking really good on the side of Pup. This feels like another case of Split going into the attack half. It's just a lot going wrong. You at least have rounds on the board though for this half. So yeah,
yes, you do at least have rounds. You do at least have rounds on the board for this half, but still, it's far from easy to come back 10-2, even on a more defensive side map. It's not that defensive sided as many people may think. Yes, you can easily start to snowball once you're able to get your opponent on the download. And well, Pup has definitely found the download. Not quite sure if they spotted that operator during the first scan. As Pup Just gonna be able to walk out. Gonna get spied by that turret. Ginsburg lucky to still have his head after going for that play. Happy Cookie with the spam through the smoke. Not gonna really be able to find much. But now everyone's back at a standstill as this site take is stalled out.
Yeah, that wire stays up, so Happy keeps a hold of that paranoia that's really strong for any retake. And the fast rotates through spawn. Well, not fast, but knife out rotates through spawn.
Frosted spots one. As there's no smokes up just quite yet. Leah gonna take the timing
Spike down B.
beautifully. Turbo though, they're gonna be able to find two. Ding with the spray through the smoke as well.
Remaining.
It's just so difficult. Robot does find Turbo, but it doesn't matter. Up is just so strong here. And look, you got 2 people down. It's all good. You now 4 ultimates up. You have the KO ult to prevent the retake. You have the KJ ult to get onto the site. You have the Sov ult to hold on for like post plant. Right? This should, if SG can figure out, you know, a good plan to get onto a site, should be a solid exec for them. Still, it is scary because, I mean, just any round against Pup, and right now Ding is on a heater.
If you want to look at the minimap right now, you see Turbo, the Cypher, scaring away after putting that trip in A main to dodge that null command, that KO ultimate, which could be devastating for this attack if they decide to too carelessly try to slam onto this A site. Ginsburg gonna be able to spot that operator, force him off the line. Trying to spam back through the wall. Decent amount of damage being dealt. Heads up, watch out for this dart onto the camera position. No, deciding to hold onto it for the time being as they hide into the smoke. Pop flash through. As the hit is now on. Hunter's Fury out to try to help them clear. Gonna be able to find one tag. But there's no smoke. There's no smoke as Turbo comes alive at the best possible moment. Saving the round, and it's 6-2. The dog pound runs free.
I just can't believe it. Like,
I need this.
I feel like that was one of the first rounds in a while where SG looked good, looked like they had the advantage going into. They were about to go into the post plan with really solid ults. The plan was really good, but Turbo just activated, tearing heads off, tearing the dreams of a SG. Even taking the second frag over Pup because of that. Ooh,
Ding's gonna spot one.
But it doesn't even matter.
Ding is gonna get caught out. So that's the operator down. Good amount of space being taken here in mid. But you still got that cubby here you gotta worry about. It's gonna be awkward duels. Awkward fights as Turbo is going to capitalize again. They have just come alive here in the second quarter of play.
Last player standing.
But Ginsburg is able to triple up. Blink and you miss it. So they're able to crawl their way back just a little bit closer. Still 3 rounds left in the half. It's still potentially anyone's game.
Look, I know Pup has been on an absolute hot streak recently, especially in rounds, but they still need to remember that SG is not a bad team, and if you give them the opportunity, they're gonna take it. You can't just overpeak against them like that. Gins will just tear your head off. And yeah, that's a round on the board finally after 6 rounds in a row for SG. Still Ding.
Up! Eddie not gonna be lucky enough to win that one.
Barely missed.
Robot trying to teleport past, but Ding so aware.
The operator's so impressive.
Ginsburg gonna be able to find Pup. Happy Cookie on the brilliant trade though. As Ding with this operator still gonna be so oppressive. Brick Crusher has to go nuclear, but Turbo, the anti-nuke. Going for more. looking to get it. Leah getting it just a little bit closer. This B site is wide open. Has the lockdown if they so decide to use it, but still the Hunter's Fury on the other side, so it wouldn't be the most beneficial. Drone coming through, that's gonna separate these two players a little bit, and that's the one thing you don't want to do in a situation like this. Leah knows that they have to tuck, lest they get spammed. So low HP on the both of them. Find the first. One bullet left. One bullet might be all they need. So low on both sides. But Frosted puts them into a block of ice and freezes any hope of a tied half.
So close. The trade on Ginsburg, Leah getting 2 good picks. He was so low. If Leah just had more bullets, I genuinely think she wins that round.
100%.
It's almost heartbreaking. But it's not over yet. We're still holding on to the lockdown. We're still holding on to the KO.
Null command. The null command.
Null command. Thank you. All they have on the side of Pup is that Hunter's Fury, so you just need to be aware. And ding, finally, an op shot missed.
Being ran down is ding. Robot to trade Frosted.
Still, that's a really good play there. Now, finally, a man advantage. We still have all 3 of our ults up.
Yeah, this is still a very winnable situation for both sides here. You still got those two big ultimates out. And this is a round, obviously, that you need. Win both of these, make it a 7-5 half. Start off on a strong pistol. All of a sudden, you're knocking at the door of a tie game. But still a decent ways to go. Pup taking that space into A main. Will they be ready for it like they weren't for Ding? No one's ready. No one's looking for it. It doesn't seem like anyone's possibly aware. Plant's gonna go down. Sight smoke coming out. One off the Hunter's Fury is Ginsburg. Looking towards Wine. And it's just so awkward. Just completely pinched as Leah. Gonna send Cat Pup. Slowly walking out. Now they know of his location. Now it's Pup in a 1 versus 3. Clone. And flashes to use. No longer. The flashes to use. Finds the second. Still needs 2 more to find. Finds the third.
You should run.
Choosing that lockdown. Pup past the stick. Already getting it to halfway. Still continuing to go. He's not stopping. And he gets it done. How in the world is first? Wait. No, the lockdown goes first.
Last round.
He got off the spike. He got off the spike for a split second. Maybe to consider breaking that lockdown. And that split second is what costed him what would have been an unbelievable clutch.
I don't think Pup is mad. I think they're still happy with this half so far. Because it's absolutely a lot more dominant. But that has got to be... That's got to be something that SG can use to bring themselves back into the half. That's now a 2nd or a 4th round for this half. A 2nd round after the 6 streak. It looks like SG has adjusted well. And again, they're going to go towards the mid. This time it's going to be empty. It's a lot of pressure on Leah here. Pup is going to fall off. This is difficult, especially if they want to go B. Which, judging by the smokes, it looks like they do. Still, 3 people here. Ding and Pup.
Headshot angle going to be played. Eddie giving a little bit of a haircut, just a tiny bit off the top. Not quite going bald just yet. Didn't mess up all the way.
Outlaw is going to be really strong for half this team. Whisper Crusher and Eddie with shields. So nothing's happening. It's silent in mid. As she has all the mid control. And Ding goes
That's
down
a
to
huge
Leo with a
pick.
nice shot.
Down goes Ding. The Liberty Bell cracking. As this sight hit is now a go. Frosted to try to hold the best that they can. as they will swiftly fall.
Turbo though, he's been on a little bit of a heater this
Last
time.
player standing.
Still, nothing in that. It doesn't matter. Brick Crusher and Ginsburg closed this half out. They clawed their way back 7-5.
Switching sides.
Not something I'd be mad about going into the defense.
Absolutely not. This is still so winnable. This was a 6-1 game. Excuse me, 6-2 game. Turn 7-5. More than winnable, but it's all has to start right here, right now with the pistol.
Yeah, pistol round is super important. And I mean, historically, SG hasn't been winning the pistols, but Ascent does change things. It's gonna be a default over from Pup.
Placing
I think
swarm
they're
grenade.
gonna try to play slowly, take aggression B main, and then maybe work their way into mid from here. End on an A.
Shock dart.
Damage breaks the trip.
Yeah, decent amount of damage and breaking that trip as well. Pup stranded alone over towards A, knowing presence known off of that 0 point.
Yeah, a little bit damage on him as well.
Counter shock dart might do a lot of damage, and it will. Ding, just 34 ticks of HP.
This is really slow.
Silence. They know that Pup is here, but they're worried about it because they know that he can TP anywhere that he wants. But oftentimes when you see him back to back with Turbo, oftentimes they don't fully go out. Leah's going to be able to get the first blood of this half. Need to go back for that spike. Ginsburg there to hold it down. Happy Cookie to do his best, but spam through and caught out, leaving Turbo alone versus 2 with not a whole lot of HP to work with.
Running through, he needs to grab the bomb, but it's just defended. Ginsburg with another nice shot of this round. This defense on B was really strong. I mean, Pup, they just tried to make a lot of noise everywhere, pull some rotates, but I mean, SG didn't budge. They still had their strong players over towards B, and and the damage done with those shocks just proved to be too much. They couldn't do anything, so it's a second pistol for SG.
Yeah, and that's the pistol that they needed. Real close here. Outlaw, Guardians, Specters, Stingers. And this is a good start to try to tie this game. That Outlaw might be able to find immense value in the next round. I say well, no round is guaranteed in a game like Valorant. Chaos can strike at any moment. Brickcrusher will be able to take down Pup. Will be able to take down the big dog as Ginsburg's gonna get overrun. Now it's a 3-on-3. Now 2 players have weapon upgrades.
Yeah, but they have to go back to grab the spike, but look at Turbo. The rotates are going over towards B because there's a lot of noise there. They're out. But Turbo has used this to take all of A, and now all the rotates are just going to go over. It leaves SG wondering what the hell is happening.
Yeah, Turbo taking all this space and just going to be able to call out to the rest of their team. Hey, I got A. And that's the Outlaw now. Excuse me. Outlaw still in the hands of Eddie as these rotates come through. Turbo is going to be spotted.
I think all of them were.
Alongside Ding. Oh yeah, all 3 of them were.
Yeah, this is
all of them sitting inside of hell. So difficult. Mobbing into the smoke. Who's going to shoot first? Robot going to try to go through. Ding! Sprinting through, but Robot gets 3!
That's such a good call to just fight out that smoke and try to fight people, but Robot with, I mean, we didn't see it, but incredible shots just to kill all 3 of them.
I mean, we already know our robot overloads are going to take over in the next, like, 20 years, so you might as well start practicing your bowing.
Yeah, beautiful round. You still have that Outlaw up, so nobody on Pup is going to be able to buy half shield. None of them do. Everyone on Pup has full shield. It's going to be a little bit of a lower buy for the side of SG, but any damage done here is really good. because they're not saving any credits till next round. They know they have to spend a lot more than they normally probably would because of this outlaw.
Yeah. Full shields all on the side of Silly. Excuse me, on the side of Pup. Ginsburg sitting on the other side of the smoke here, but it's very, very difficult for him to really be able to do much. It's going to have to be unbelievably well-placed shots, maybe even a tag through the smoke, but Turbo, that opening frag on the Brick Crusher is huge. Leah, though, to try and answer she will! 2 with the Sheriff, more than you could ask for. Ginsburg to step up to the plate, but he's gonna get overrun. These rotates. Whoa! Ginsburg! Ice in his veins! As Pup left with 10 HP. And that's the bonus round conversion and the lead taken back since 2-0.
Nothing Pup could do there. It feels so pointless. This is what SG needed to get back into the series, get back into the game. Now they're on a strong side for them with the lead, going with the momentum. 3 rounds in a row. Still, Pup has an eco. They're buying up an op for Eddie. Things are strong. This has been just really, really good from the side of Ginsburg. I feel like Eddie normally would have a little bit more, but Gins is absolutely in his place. But as I say that, Eddie with a really good pick on the Pup. That just almost dooms the round, I feel like. If there was any chance, it's gone.
Reminiscent of what we saw on the defensive half for Split. Eddie just bullying Pup over and over again with that operator. Leah's finding 2. It's a little scrappy, but Turbo completely out of position and Frosted. Too little HP to really be able to do much. A nice shot to find 3, but you can just stick all the way through. Turbo not going to be able to do much. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, the timing, fortunately, was just not there. That operator is going to be retrieved. And that's 4 rounds in a row now. If you want to take the previous half of consideration, that's 6 in a row now for the side of the Silly Geese.
Yeah, and that matches Pup's streak. But that's definitely not a bad round from Pup at all. It's with that being that round could be anything different with guns. So if I'm Pup, I'm gonna be happy with that, and I'm gonna go be a little bit positive going into this round, a little bit confident. They kind of have the read over towards A. Nobody's there except for Robot, just all alone. One way is gonna go out. They're gonna have to spend util, but they're not worried to use that Cypher Cam. Brick Crusher with the super fast rotate over.
Robot deciding to back away, not even trying to entertain a thought of going for maybe a little bit of a spray. Ding instantly taking this position over to having to hear that drop is Brick Crusher flashing through, gonna try to capitalize off of it, but nothing will be found.
I know exactly.
So have this operator in hand as the smoke fades. And he's gonna get spammed. Notice that there's so many players sitting inside of Hell, but nothing that they can do about it. Might use the lockdown here, and lockdown will be used. Now they have to fight into tree here, but Leah, the only one there to really hold, as she will get completely overrun.
It's such a strong round from Pup. Everything going well. Getting that lockdown down. Getting the lockdown offline is just really good for the side of Pup. This is their first round and a half now, so they need to carry this momentum. And even though, like I was saying, even though Pup SG can't talk right now, have won 4 in a row. That eco that went to the 2v1 costed them a lot, and so their buy is actually looking really bad. Eddie's gonna be forced to buy Nyza.
Look at Ting going for such an aggressive play! And those bells won't stop rolling!
Hunter's Fury is gonna go out to try to prevent the plant. Still, nothing. This is such a difficult retake.
There's no way they're gonna be ready for it, gonna be able to find one, but one's all that they will find. Eddie crossing around to get that Vandal into his hands. Doing so much. Pup still has his flash through, the pop flash out, but Eddie and Robot to shut it down, to bring him to 10.
Eddie has been very, very quiet this game, but this round is finally where Eddie shines. That is such an important round to win. That stops any momentum that Pup could have gotten. That stops Pup from just hitting an A site and feeling confident. Now they know that, you know, Eddie is just gonna come out and retake against them, hit shots like that. Also instills the confidence back to Eddie, which, I mean, for winning this map is really important for them. Still, 4 ults up for Pup. You do have money. This is such an important round because whoever loses this is gonna have to eco, and that's gonna be 2 rounds in a row lost. If SG wins, that means a potential 12 rounds. But Ding is gonna find the first pick on Eddie.
Brick Crusher.
Spike down A.
Yeah, a nice shot for the first one. See what else he's really gonna be able to do here, though. He's gonna have to back away.
He has completely just stopped his push. Anything that Ding wanted to do, he can't do.
Who's next?
Staying in the smoke. Oh, rotate is gonna be spotted by that turret. There's nothing Pup can do about it unless he wants to leave that ult.
But look at the minimap right now. There's no one anywhere. Actually, where in the world is Ginsburg?
How in
the world has he found this timing?
That's the
He's
bomb.
gonna take down the spike. That's the spike. Down goes Turbo. Pup trying his best to fight back. As Ding to help him out, leaving Brick Crusher alone versus 2. And Ding continues to toll the bells.
Not your good round. All they used was that all the ultimates they used was a dimensional drift, which is a really important ultimate. It's really good. But you still have the Hunter's Fury, you still have the From the Shadows, which Pup has proven they know how to use well. And even if they lose this round, Ding has to go to an eco, or the Pup has to go to an eco. Ding has enough money to buy someone and then get knives. This is really difficult for SG here. Yeah, super aggressive still from Ding. Going for the early pick. There's 3 people here, though.
Pup doesn't have shields. Pup forgot to buy shields.
No, Pup is half HP.
Oh, he is half HP.
Doesn't matter.
My apologies. Ding. Putting this squad on skates. Door not closed. Perhaps the door's already broken.
Spike planted.
Ginsburg trying to do everything in his power, but only 10 HP. A too tall of a tale to ask would be for the ace clutch in a nigh impossible situation.
The flash is gonna come out and Pup is gonna find him. And the spam is just too good. The prediction off the paranoia. 10-10. Finally, they match up again.
10-10, and a P10 is called. I'm not sure if someone is having connection issues, possible frame rate issues, perhaps. But I mean, it gives my voice a little bit of time to sort of breathe.
Yeah.
Brick Crusher is going to be restarting his game, so he will be back very soon. 10, 16, and 10. A lot of assists on the side of Brick Crusher. Ginsburg's the one that's pulling a lot of the heavy weights.
I kind of want to talk about Pup here, right? They're 2-0, obviously. But surprisingly, this Grand Finals, the person to shine hasn't really been Pup. It's been Ding. Ding last map showed just, incredible gameplay, while Pup was, frankly, he was just not able to play the game. They read him completely. They had him read constantly, and it relied a lot on Ding to show up, and he did. And now this map, Ding is absolutely just running through SG, even though it's still close. I just want to point out Ding's impressive performance here. I also want to mention Ding is an emergency sub. He's had to fill in for all of playoffs because their original player, Glue Guy, has been, I believe he's been on vacation or something. Out of state at least. So he hasn't been able to play.
Glue Guy.
Yeah, Ding showing up.
I miss that guy.
For this
I love
final.
Glue Guy. Shout out Glue Guy.
Shout out Glue Guy. Say hi, Glue
Shout
Guy.
out. Everyone say hi, Glue Guy. Hi, Glue Guy. Never mind. I better check the chat and see that everyone was saying hi to him. It is a bannable offense. There is straight up a rule in the server that says you will get banned if you don't say hi to Glue Guy.
It's true. Yeah, on the side of SG, this has been a strong map. This was their best map, and it's really difficult to go so close with Pup here, but any map they can get is good. It starts their reverse comeback if they can go onto Icebox and then end on Pearl. I don't think Pup's ever really played Pearl. I'm pretty sure Pearl's their permaban, so SG, if they can finish out this map and then finish out the Icebox, it's looking really, really strong for them going forward in this series.
Yeah. How about Turbo, though? 17 and 17. A lot of big impact kills that they have been finding so far throughout this map.
I mean, there was a round where he single-handedly shut the entire team down and won it for them. Genuinely, such a show up from Turbo.
And what could be the final moments as Brick Crusher has reconnected, so we should be back here momentarily.
Teams are getting back, refreshing off of the tech pause. Everything should be good.
Yeah, and
teams
match
ready to
timer
go.
has resumed, and we are back.
Yeah,
rolling, revving, ready to go.
Pup in
10
A.
to 10.
Most of Pup in A with the classic Pupper lurk. This is kind of a staple for their game plan on most maps, where they just have Pup make pressure on one side of the map and the rest of the team on the other.
Ding making so much noise. Robot's gonna have to try to back away, but Ding's gonna get a body blocked a little bit. Hunter's Fury not going to land, as Ding's gonna take all this space in the world and able to find a third, almost a fourth.
Finally, he's shut down. Still, it's a 3v3. Pup is in a really good spot here.
And they know it's both. They know that it's both in heaven. They could fall down and make this a 2-on-1 if they're able to spray down, but they go one at a time. A miscommunication as Leah has to do it all herself. She's gonna be able to find the first two, but still Pup that she has to worry about. And with one bullet to her name, might be one of the easiest 1v1s of Pup's life. 11 to 10. Pup regain the lead as another timeout comes in. The second, I believe, of regulation for this team.
Yeah, and they really, really need this. This is the first lead in a long time that Pup has had. SG looks so good, but now Pup has found their footing. They still have 4 ults up. SG needs to do something, rework something in their game plan to win this out. And I mean, look, it's still even winning this game means they have to win 2 more maps. And losing that split was really, really devastating for them. I feel like, I mean, it's just so difficult. What can they change? Pup is just so dominant right now, and to ding on a heater like this, how are you supposed to play against this? I mean, even Turbo is showing up for this. Pup himself, I'm sure, is just focused on calling, letting his players play. Ding about to drop 30. Like I said, 4 ults on the side of Pup, so it's going to be a lot It's gonna be really difficult for SG to really get anything, especially with this low buy. We like calling timeouts before round before we buy up. So we need, ideally, we get a 50 here.
Ding showing up big when it mattered most. As Pupper and Puppers knocking on the door of a 3-0 sweep. As the curse may still live on. But there's still time to break that curse. But it's all got to start here. The momentum, the drive, the opportunity. Brick Crusher able to slow it down a little bit as Ding's just going to try to make his way through mid. Waltz on through. Gonna get shut down by Leah. That's the one that you needed. Yes, lockdown in play, but you still have Eddie, who is not going to let it fall that easily. Leah finding a second as it all falls apart. It's always the ecos. It's always the hero plays. And we are tied at 11. Make a wish, because it might just come true.
It's so good from Leah and Eddie there. Eddie to take out Pup, Leah to get the gun for the retake. They didn't even need the KJ ult.
You think the KJ ult might not have even really done stuff because you still have the Hunter's Fury online on the other side. That would have most definitely broken it instantaneously. However, they could have also flooded in off of that juice of that Hunter's Fury while they're trying to break it. Know that they're effectively a man down because Sova's too busy trying to ult this Killjoy.
Yeah,
but you see Eddie with this operator.
This finally evens up the scoreline again. 11-11. Next win gets match point. It's both gun round. SG a little bit better off than even Pup now.
Eddie gets scanned. Might have seen that he had the operator in hand. Ginsburg to open it up as Eddie will follow through. Ginsburg won off the Hunter's Fury of his own, and he's going to look for that orb. Walking down now, it's going to have to be the 1 versus 1 against Frosted, and he will win it.
It's just Turbo
as
it's in the 1v5.
As we're slated to enter the last round of regulation with an advantage towards the Silly Geese. 1 round away from breaking that curse.
Finally, a match point. The possibility of winning a map. Our first ever Throw City event. Past TCM1 to go past a clean sweep. This could not be any closer. We still have 3 ults available for both teams. We are close to the dimensional drift, excuse me, but the buys are gonna be pretty weak over on the side of.
Get out of my way.
Ding is gonna be forced to use knives, and that Bucky. So Ding really relies on just getting a pick here if Pup really wants to win this round and explode out.
You still have both the Hunter's Furies out. Available! Leah to find one through the smoke! And that might just be it! 3-on-5 situation. So difficult to get through. Lockdown available.
Spike planted.
As the counter has to come through, the door's not closed. They can fight through on this, and it's happening. It might be possible. Knows that they have to be stuck somewhere. But you have Pup in main. Pup gonna get spotted. Down goes Eddie, and it starts to fall apart.
Cover going out.
From Bud smoking that spike. There might not be time to stick. Getting through, not gonna be able to go halfway. As Pup gonna have to try to find it, and he gets it done. Disaster strikes, and the curse is not broken yet.
Another 12 rounds for Pup. 3rd this series, but it's not over next round. 2 in a row. And our third timeout from SG. No ult.
Yeah.
Everyone's even.
Instantly calling that timeout. Because of course, once you go into overtime, you get one timeout. One timeout only. You do not get another. As Silly Geese opt to rip it right away.
Because I don't know what he could be telling them. There's a lot of emotion right now. A lot of stress on their shoulders. This could all be for nothing. Pup could win 2 in a row, end out the series 3-0. It could all be for nothing anyway, even if SG win. Still,
They had it.
2 more maps after this if they win.
They had it, Newt.
They did.
But
And
just
the lockdown fight.
slightly unaware. Leah was completely unaware that that door was wide open, thinking that she could safely cross the cat. Gets caught out, and that opened up the fight.
Still, it's not over. We're back on the first half, or we're back to first half positions, right? SG's back on the attack. We just need a solid round here. It's a pretty standard layout from Pup. 1 in the middle, 2 on each side. Up with a quick rotate TP, and it's gonna be a good read because all of SG is over. Well, most of SG is over towards A.
Robot.
With the op.
That's a raid boss. He has full shields.
I think Eddie gave him the op. Yeah, Eddie gave him the op.
And now they swap. That is magnificent moves.
That's their smokes, by the way. They can't cover if they try to exec out.
That's what the game is all about. Outsmarting, outmaneuvering your opponents. But sometimes the aim is where it lies, as Pup continues to prove that. Aware of Ding stuffed in the corner, Leah pinging it out. Ding's only going to be able to be good for 1.
No smokes left on the map. It's a 3v3.
Cage trigger.
Pup.
Turbo stuffed into hell. As the flood comes out into the site, what are they able to do? Brick Crusher to shut it down. Ripping that null command to delay this retake just a little bit further. This door is closed. It's not well planted for Leah.
Planted.
Still gonna be difficult. Still has the clone. Still has the flash. Going to look. Potentially check cat. Slowly walking, creeping ahead, creeping towards. Awkward fight. That Pup will win. Now needing to play time.
It's a crossfire.
This dart's gonna give away his position in hell.
1 enemy remaining.
But Brick Crusher takes out Frosted. Left alone Pup. 1 versus 2. And Brick Crusher shall crush his skull. Still 1 more round away. But can they convert it this time around?
I feel like Brick Crusher, despite his great utility, he's had amazing utility this whole series. He's been very quiet. Not making a lot of noise with his aim, not making a lot of noise with his plays, but finally a 4K for him when it matters most. Brick Crusher crushing the 3-0 dreams for Pup. Potentially 1 more round to bring it to a map 4. A first in history for Throw City. Still.
I'm not quite sure about EMEA, but at least for North America, been a lot of sweeps. Turbo taking a little bit of space towards A.
Yeah, he's left on this rotate or on this lurk all alone. He has a big job to do. He gets spotted by the alarm bot. It's gonna pull 2 people towards him. Clone is gonna be heard in mid. You're not gonna know it's a clone though. Eddie with the op. All eyes on her. All eyes on her.
Turbo, they're gonna be able to find Eddie. We might just go again. That's a huge kill to find. But Brick Crusher, all on his shoulders potentially. But still a lot that they have to do. As all these players are stuffed, crunched, you have the flank, you can TP past the tripwire. And the TP does come through. Ginsburg and Brick gonna take out Ding. As the spray through comes down. Turbo, what can they do? 1 versus 2. The spike not planted for them. And the curse has been lifted. We will go to a map 4. Pack your bags. We're headed to the icy tundras of Russia for Icebox.
It's about time. We finally have a grand finals that isn't a sweep. SG to take it on Ascent, to bring it back. The potential for the reverse sweep. Ginsburg dropping 33 kills. Such an incredible performance. Ding also
31 and 18 for Ding. So, absolutely nothing to scoff at. Nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Both these teams bringing it so close.
Pup did a beautiful job being able to what is the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry. Adapt. Adapt to that last loss that they had against them in excruciating fashion, to be able to almost in a very strong very strong start to the first half. Unfortunately, though, it started to crumble apart.
It's so difficult to still come back from this. If SG can get a strong lead on Icebox, it can start momentum that brings them all the way to map 5 and maybe a grand finals victory. I want to talk about the players just real quick before we go to a break. Happy and Pup on the side of Pup. Again, they were part of that PKT roster. They came second place. And Happy specifically hasn't lived it down. He's heard a lot about it, so he wants this win. And he came so close. Overtime in map 3 on a 2-0 lead. So close to lose that in the reverse sweep. Absolutely devastating. But Brick Crusher, Gins and Leah specifically were on PKT as well. Also second place. So they're here looking to win. Brick Crusher looking to keep the 100% win rate and get a win in every single Throw City event. Like every single type. A mini, Clash, and now Rivals.
Well, we'll see what happens here as we move on to map 4. Hopefully my voice will be able to be all rested up. I'm going to go get like a ton of drinks so I can just continue to sip on like 20 gallons of water during these next 2 maps. But don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Any ults to delay? Maybe.
Coming outstairs. On site.
Nice, lady.
No, he was B-door. Okay, we're crazy.
What? I'm blind again. There's being both twice time. So was having.
One enemy remaining.
How the
Don't question it, bro. Oh my god.
I'll stun.
Why would I not throw the harbor wall?
Don't do it, don't do it. So I can capitalize on the people stunned and running away from the nades.
You literally stunned your wall in your angle.
Oh my god, I caught you, Firebug! I caught you, Firebug!
Bro, is this guy stupid?
Shoot him! Shoot him!
Why are we at 2 people just being made while we're fighting World War 7?
I'm baiting the shit out of Canada, man. You don't understand. Oh fuck, I'm dead.
The flash. We're shooting you. How'd you get to?
I'm gonna kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you.
Worth, I guess?
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
4! Not again. He's gonna fake.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Look at this face, man. What the fuck?
Oh. Is it A?
I can flash for you.
They don't have. They're not. They don't have smokes. They don't have...
They're standing.
Oh wait.
Oh, a couple bit.
Bro, no, there's no way.
Down B.
He lost his gun.
What?
Enemy
That's on him.
It's like up here. Like there, I don't remember. EMEA.
Multiple on short.
Oh fuck.
I'm just rotating. Take it.
Yep.
Yo, go back, man.
What? What was happening there?
Shot.
Last player standing.
Embarrassing.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa.
You got this.
Yours hit 80, are they not?
Yes.
I can smoke bomb.
I planted for him. Oh wait, it's really not planted for him. Yeah!
Just defuse.
No. He
Oh,
DC'd!
he
He DC'd!
Oh, that's tough.
Oh my.
Oh, he's flank. Okay. Oh my god, what do I do?
You should have shot it with the op.
Last player standing.
Yeah.
One more. One more.
One enemy remaining.
One more.
Oh!
You have to ult.
Get it.
Oh, nice. Let's fucking go, Icky.
Wait.
Wait, you went main.
Grenade is live.
Last player standing.
My territory.
Oh!
I have
No! Gosh, it was point.
Clutch.
I don't have it.
Stop blinding us around, so I think we're cooked.
There are multiple people here.
Yo, like.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, this is so boring.
I'm
bro.
getting
Right.
blocked by my open.
Yeah. Blame your ult.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
Ready.
Would you prefer if we called it?
Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah,
80, bro.
Spike down.
I got the spike.
I don't like this, bro.
So you need to go first.
Yeah, I know, but I'm literally gone, bro. What do you want me to do?
Welcome to a first in Fro City history where we will not be seeing a sweep in the grand finals, but instead heading to a map 4, which is going to be Icebox. And to be completely honest with you, I have no idea which direction this swings in favor of.
I know I've seen SG look pretty good on Icebox, so I will sort of lean towards them in favor here. But also, I can't count Pup out because I haven't seen their Icebox.
Yeah, I don't really think I've seen much of their Icebox either. If I have, it must have been during those first weekends.
I also consider Icebox to be a little bit of a weaker map for Yoru. I could be wrong here, and I could be proven wrong by Pup, but I think it's gonna rely a little bit more on like Ding here to create some space, and maybe Pup's gonna be a lot on or lurk a lot.
Yeah, Ding with a lot of upwards mobility, a lot of vertical mobility on that jet. Definitely going to help out a lot. Definitely going to help out a lot going into this map.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how. I mean, Pup generally is pretty stagnant, or like Pup's comps, Pup or Hamptons to be clear, are pretty stagnant, like the samey. Like you'll see Happy on Omen, you'll see Frosted on like Sova or Fade. Turbo will be on like Cypher, maybe Vise. And now it's going to be kind of forced to change up just a little bit. You'll still see like the Omen. We'll probably see a KJ. Or you'll probably still see the Sova, sorry, not the Omen. We're going to see Happy on the Viper. And then
who knows? Maybe we might see Pup not play Yoru. Yeah, fat chance. But nevertheless, we are seeing some R's in chat. Not almost ready to rev up those fryers because I am sure hungry for one map 4.
Yeah, I am excited. I heard TMV over say that he's not going to stay for a map 5. So, regardless of how this goes, thank you TMV for watching. I don't even know if he's listening.
Don't worry.
Watching Pokemon.
I'll restate it once we get into Agent Select.
Okay.
But he's watching Sideshow. He's watching Sideshow play. My goodness. Sideshow play Pokemon. I don't know why I couldn't say that sentence. But let's just wait on a few more players to confirm.
Yeah, I guess we can talk about the path for SG. Again, SG starting here on attack on Icebox, and that's generally the favorable side for Icebox. So I want to see something strong from them, like a good half, and then we need them to not falter on the side switch like they did on Split. They need to come back from that. And then Pup, I believe, famously hasn't really played Pearl. I believe it's their permaban, and so they're going to be forced to play it, and that's the benefit of the SG double ban that they got from winning uppers.
Absolutely. So they're going to pour their hearts, excuse me, their hearts and souls in the icebox. Sorry, I took a bite out of something and inhaled too fast.
Good work. Well,
but we are heading into Agent Select here to the IC tundras of Icebox.
And
Brick
we're
Crusher.
seeing some interesting hovers here.
Most of these are trolls. I know Ding plays Reyna on Haven.
Yes,
that is true. But on Icebox is a little bit more interesting to see. He might just be feeling himself a whole lot more, especially after that last map. I mean, hell, he had 33 kills or 31 kills, something absurd like that.
Look, I want to point out one thing. Pup is not hovering anyone. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think Yoru is a very good map, or Icebox is a very good Yoru map. Brick Crusher actually hovering a lot of different things. We saw the KJ, the Waylay, the Yoru, now Clove. We already see an Omen pick. From
Yeah,
Robot.
he's not playing Clove. He's not playing Clove. There's no way. That's bait. That's bait.
They still do need a Sentinel. Happy Cookie.
Or maybe Leah. No, there's no way they dropped the Viper for a Clove.
No.
There's no way. Pup hovering Jet. I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you. There's one.
I need to see it.
I don't believe you.
Oh
my goodness!
He locked in Jet. This
for the first time in the tournament, Pup is playing someone that's not Yoru. I think that's the biggest surprise of the day. I think that's the biggest shock of the day.
And I think this goes to show that Pup's probably, like, the team is probably not comfortable in this map, considering we're seeing a Jet from Pup. I don't know if Pup has ever played Jet in Rivals. I would have to confirm with the PKT guys, but in Rivals 1, he played a lot of Initiator like KO and Breach, and then Rivals 2, as you know, he only played Yoru. So he is first picking on Jet. Yeah, we're gonna see something incredible.
I'm very excited to see if it works out for him or not, because a lot of these kills that he finds, he, for lack of a better word, abused the flashes to be able to bounce them off of weird and intricate little angles, to be able to catch the opponents off guard and just decimate them in turn. But we'll have to see what happens as we go into this pistol round. I understand that GMV might not be watching for a whole lot longer. Still want to say thank you very much for still tuning in and, you know, starting this community for everyone. As we see chaos erupts onto the A site.
3v3 and Ding is gonna be, or Brick Crusher, sorry, is gonna be really low on that Reyna. The timing! Robot pulling out a smoke at the absolute worst timing. Happy shot.
One enemy remaining. Last player
But Brick Crusher,
Brick Crusher fights 4! A collat, leaving Leah and Turbo 1 versus 1. Leah hearing Turbo go all the way around the jump spot! Taking them down, silly geese. Taking almost tying the game up in pistols. Still down 3-4 in that department, though.
Absolute cinema. This is 3-0 in the past map now. Past 2 maps. 4 pistols. SG is really coming back on this now. This, again, they rely a lot on winning in this first half, in my opinion, if they want to make it out of this half. Although, a lot's left to be wondered with the Pup Jet. Brick Crusher. Taking some shot outs on Pup. Drone is going to spot Ding. You know Pup and Ding are here. Ding maybe getting a little ambitious. And
Pup getting caught through the side of the wall.
Shadows not ready yet.
Now it's just Happy left alone in a 1v4 with just a pistol. Not a lot you can really do here. Yeah, out. Ooh, a little bit more damage than maybe anticipated. Leah will find Happy though. That is a nice 2-0 on the side of SG. And that's still a lot of guns up. This is going to be really solid. That Outlaw is still alive, so look at Ding and Turbo. They're buying half shields. They're not full buying here. It is quite scary. Already here, we are seeing, looks like another A hit. Pup is going to move towards mid, probably walk down. Yeah, he's walking down tube. Turret is going to get smoked by Omen.
Well, you're probably going to end up seeing a nice shot out of Ding. But other than that, another thing you're probably going to see is Pup, the one with those nice shots. A lot of probably walking down towards middle, especially as he catches Leah off guard. So Ding with 2 on the round. Robot alongside Brick to try their best. Pup so definitely low on HP. 2 versus 2 scenario. And I think they almost are tied in HP. But
yeah, a lot lies on Brick here to get a kill and survive. And with that Reyna ult active, it is very, very possible. Robot.
Happy Cookie's gonna be found. Now it's Pup left alone in a 1 versus 2. 10 HP to his name. It's gonna be so difficult not trying to go for it, but Robot will. And that's the bonus round conversion.
Heard the reload, so he just run and guns. 3-0 for SG. They're really making it back into the series. Brick Crusher on the Reyna, 8-1 already. I mean, hey, he's unleashed. Again, I was saying last map that I felt like he's been very quiet, and now, I mean, now is the best time for him to come alive and tell, or just be a menace of his own, excuse me. It's been relying on a lot of Ginsburg and Eddie. Now it's Brick Crusher's time to shine as the other immortal on this team. Eddie with the op round 3 is gonna miss Turbo, but well, not miss him, but not catch.
Frosted is spotted. Frosted will get spotted. Ran down, dead to rights. As Ding left alone to the back of the site, and it's just decimation right now. Eddie missing a couple of shots, missing a lot of shots actually. Onto Pup. Pup might be able to win this duel here though, if he's not careful. He's gonna have to call it for the backup.
Leah to save him from save Eddie from the battle of mid. What's currently taking place in spawn. Yeah, that's 4-0 on the board already. And spirits are high over on SG, it looks like. Laughing in all chat. 10-1 for Brick Crusher. I mean, this is just looking good. Gins can take a step back, let his team carry, take a breather, focus more on the calling. They're going to go back towards A, but Pup has finally put some more reinforcements on it. Ding is going to play closer up, not going to be able to break that dart, so they know the close.
Ooh, the spray almost deals him in. Ginsburg. A little bit of a scare for him, but still staying alive nonetheless.
That's a lot of poke damage for the side of Pup. Drone is going to spot out Ding, force him to lower from 410, but he's still staying so aggressive. Pup not budging though, letting Leah, or SG not budging and letting Leah just lurk up.
Oh, Ding, the timing is immaculate. Turbo, not sure if they spotted anyone though.
Toxin screen down.
But Happy Cookie is going to hear all these footsteps. Freecon dart. The rest. This plant might try to go down. Snakebite will delay for a little bit. Ginsburg definitely low in HP as Pup's gonna take out the Yopper.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Looking really bad for SG this round. Especially with Ding getting that kill on Brick Crusher, it's just Ding and Leah left alone. Leah will find Happy Cookie, not be left unscathed.
Yeah, but now you got 15 seconds left, and you still have to plant this spike, and there's nowhere else for you to run, nowhere else for you to hide, and you might just have to decide and save.
Yeah, that wall is going to go down.
Is Ginsburg.
Spike down B.
Is Leah potentially just going to hide? But they're going to hunt. Pup checking the wrong angle, but swinging out when they didn't need to is going to prevent them from saving that operator.
Okay, Eddie is still rich enough from 4 rounds in a row to buy another op and still have a good amount of money. So it's still clean here, but Pup with a round on the board, they're going to be happy with that. Empress is up for Ding now, and Ding has been on a bit of a heater. Leah does have the Viper's Pit for any post-plant situation. They're going to start back over towards A. Yeah, Pup.
Pup, a bit of a whiff, but Ding there to back him up. Eddie unable to find the trade. That feels like the 8th op shot that he's missed. Will be able to find that one, almost finding Ding through the wall. Leah with the wild, well, not really wild spray, did spot him.
Welcome to my world.
As Turbo gonna go onto this flank, but Eddie ready and waiting for it.
One enemy remaining.
Taking his sweet time to line up that shot onto Turbo. And Happy gets spotted and spammed.
Oh, the drop, but he didn't.
Now he jumps through, but Ginsburg puts him to bed. 5-1 start, a very strong start for the side of the Silly Geese. As, well, I know the first quarter only just ended, but we might potentially go to the Netherlands, Portugal, excuse me. That's where Pearl takes place.
Yes.
I don't know, where the hell did I get Netherlands from?
I read Netherlands in TMV's chat, so maybe you got it from there.
Yes, Magnum, because Magnum's observing Red Bull home ground, Netherlands/Belgium. Congrats, by the way, on that, Magnum.
Shout out Magnum, by the way. Huge. It was a huge help early right now.
Yeah, huge helper with starting everything with this to help us set up production and get it running. But dang, what the hell was that? He's gonna go for more. He's gonna find 4, looking for the ace. Ginsburg, location noted. Ding, looking for it. 7 bullets to his name, but Frosted steals it away. Still yet to have an ace so far this series. A lot of 4Ks that came close, but
I want an ace. I want a map 5 and I want an ace.
I do want it. Who was the Gen G player that could never get the ace?
Texture.
Texture.
That was loud.
Sorry, I need to. I'm drinking a lot of iced tea.
Oh yeah,
That's the closest I have to regular tea.
You definitely should be. Looks like SG going back over towards A. Instant hop. Knives from Eddie and
oh wow, ripping that Hunter's Fury with the sole purpose of taking out Ding. Won't be as successful, but Brick Crusher will be there to finish the job. Eddie going for some crazy maneuvers. Almost hitting that, but yeah, again, Brick Crusher still there
Spike planted.
to support.
Happy will find Robot, which is a pretty good pick, but still Eddie with the op holding Happy now. Ding begins to hold screens. It's just so difficult. And yeah, no more kills have come out. 6 on the board for SG and a good response to the last round.
Did you see that?
I did not see that. What happened?
Eddie walked into the snake bite after the round and lost a bit of armor.
It's over.
Are we
If
match
at the end of the
fixing?
game, if at the end of the game Eddie can't buy armor, he's like 1,000 short, right? He rebought full.
Yeah, he did just rebuy full.
He's 1,000.
Are we match fixing? Guys?
Sean Garris, get on this guy right now. Okay, again, starting over towards A. This is just really strong. I mean, it's Icebox.
Oh, Brick Crusher shutting down Ding. And look at that dismiss. Unbelievable use of the dismiss here. With this Reyna Ditto, which I did not expect to see today.
Dude, this was not on my bingo card. So quiet. Everybody's over towards this A site. It's kind of relying on Eddie to get an opening picture with that op, but Pop, he knows.
Has a hunch onto Eddie. The trade not quite there though. So low. Turbo on the flank. They should be able to just end the round right here, right now. Leah in a 1 versus 3 gonna be able to find the first. That's a general idea of where the next 2 players are. Gonna spot the second. A little bit of spam. Bit of shaky aim. Well, all that matters if it hits the head. Happy Cookie, however, will deny her of that.
Perfect maneuvering there from Happy to allow Turbo, or is it Turbo? No, it's Frosted, sorry. To allow Frosted just to fight him from behind.
Oh, no, that was Turbo on the flank. That was Turbo on the flank.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. I thought Sova. Yeah, Turbo, shoot him from behind. Now I feel like still we're gonna start A here, and it's just look, Pup has the read completely. They're just gonna keep going A, so they're gonna stack 4 people on A.
Revealing area.
They're not even gonna push up with it. They know they have the man advantage, or they have the manpower here to hold this down without having to push up. Happy, maybe a little too far pushed out. This is gonna get found out. Eddie with 2, and Brick Crusher. I mean, there's 4 people on this site.
Spike down A.
Being able to get 1 and able to dismiss out, but it's still going to be a bit too difficult for him to really be able to do a whole lot here, because this still is a 2-on-4 retake that Ding's going to have to do the nigh impossible to convert. Has to swing through and find the most unbelievable shots you will ever see, and those shots simply will not arrive.
I mean, look, I was going to say maybe SG needs to reevaluate their game plan, because Pup is just gonna stack 4 people on A constantly, but stack 4 people all you want, I guess.
The one time they tried to pivot back to B, they lost.
Yeah, that's Icebox. I mean, this is just a good game plan already. We had a strong attacking half, and we need to keep this going.
And they'd rather keep this in over Fracture, bro. Oh my god.
Don't even talk to me about Fracture. That map was in there for like a month.
Yeah, and then they removed it. What I'm upset about is that they finally removed Ascent after literally 4 years and then put it back in instantly and made a minor change. Well, a decently big change, but it was like just the one, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Lurk is going to be found out over here. So 4 people in A, it's kind of difficult because they're not going to give Eddie the opening pick, but again, these guys just have classics. Ding maybe could have traded there if he had a Vandal, but then again, still classics. A lot of noise made here, a lot of pressure made towards B, and there it is. From the shadows all the way to B. Free space
What
taken.
a way. What a way to pull everyone. What a way to just pull literally everyone along to find that over. Rotate! Hold on now! Players got upgrades. It's a 3-on-3. Eddie in such a beautiful position, gonna drop down and make noise, however, as he's just gonna wrap all the way back around through main to support the rest of his squad.
I don't think bombs planted for him. And this
Investing the Viper's Pit. Down goes Robot. Ginsburg on the trade. It's still going to be so difficult. Picking up that rifle, swinging into Happy Cookie. Down goes the Pit. Still has to reload, but Ginsburg on the wide angle to help them out. 3-8. Knocking on the door of a potential 9-3 half.
Oh, so close for Pup there. I feel like just a couple more shots that landed, that could have been a 1 round for them. That could have been a good thrifty to bring them back into the half and potentially even it up before they swap sides. But now, I mean, 8 rounds in a 1 half is really good for a team. I mean, you look for one more, that's 9-3. Despite the curse, that's a good scoreline. That's comfortable. All you need is 3 rounds on defense, or 4 rounds on defense. 3 rounds to at least make it overtime. But we've seen SG start with these super strong halves. So it does just rely if they can just rely on if they can just keep it going. And Eddie is gonna find Ding with a nice shot. And both the Hunter's Furies are gonna go out with a Soba dip.
First is gonna go. That's 2 tags.
Get out of my way.
Happy Cookie alongside Pup. Gonna be able to hold the line. Lockdown goes in. There's still so much time to work with. They don't need to force this.
Eddie though,
Eddie.
will, and you both get rewarded for it. Yeah, they make it out of the KJO and they can just rotate off to B here. Nobody's gonna be on the cross. You have Eddie to watch. For any of this aggression, it's so difficult.
Yeah, Eddie's already got 3 on the round.
The hunt begins.
Far, it cannot be overstated how strong he's been. How crucial.
We're Eddie this map. Quiet in the series, but finally.
Turbo alongside Happy Cookie, unfortunately, of which neither two are going positive quite yet. Ginsburg gonna find the first, looking for the second. Spots Happy Cookie. It's a bit awkward, a bit whiffy. But now you got that operator to secure the 4K and the 9-3 half. Pup sitting at 6-11, not doing too great so far. And after that, well, 9-3 half, we could potentially see a map 5.
This is looking really, really scary for SG. Or no, sorry, for Pup. 2-0 lead into an overtime map 3. They had a lot of opportunities to close it out, but SG did now. 9-3. Again, we've seen dominating halves like this go the way towards Pup. So we need to see how SG can respond on this defense. But again, I think Pup's not super comfortable. The team is not super comfortable on this map. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see. Ping for the dart, Brick Crusher getting a little bit aggressive. It's just 2 people here, and yeah, Brick Crusher's in a really bad spot now.
Look at Brick Crusher, still gonna be able to take out Pup, continuing to struggle. He is. Probot just sitting in the smoke, looking for a third, can't quite get there. Ding, able to heal it back up, but only to 72.
And this wall, you can't push through it or you're 1-tap.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my God, Ginsburg! It's a 10-3 lead, and you might as well start up the next lobby on Pearl.
4
Pup.
pistols in a row.
6 and 12, double negative, as he just cannot get anything going for him.
This is so difficult. This map is looking to be super dominant towards SG, and we're gonna see a map. We might see a map 5. It's looking really likely. We're gonna go to a map 5. A series point for both teams, first time in Throw City history in a best of 5. TCM1 technically was match point or series point for both teams. But yeah, slowly walking towards A. Just have pistols. Didn't even force up. Brick Crusher to find
Brick Crusher, a good kill.
Robot.
As this attack just gets melted. No one to even try. And Pop. The whole damn team's just been put on a leash. It's 11-3.
We're all thinking the same thing, right? We're all thinking the same thing here.
We are all thinking the same thing. 11-3. You're on Icebox. It's not map 5 though.
Yeah, if it was map 5, I'd believe. But here, I think it's a little too late for Pup to come back, and we just need to rely on that last map. At the very least, Pearl is probably the best Yoru map in the game, but it's not practiced by Pup. If we go map 5, this could be anyone's game.
Yeah, just the auto ban. I'm very curious to see how they play that, but that's a question for another time. As Turbo's gonna open up the round with the first blood of their own.
Finally finding something as well. B site is open. It's a 3v5 here. Eddie with the op is standing dangerous here. Not gonna be cleared up at the dart. Plant is gonna get spotted.
Spike planted.
Yeah, so much pressure applied on Eddie right now. If he can get one, it's really good.
Nice kill out of Eddie. Brick might be able to find the kill on the ding, but no. Just barely not able to convert. Robot, 1 versus 4, knows where 2 are, but going to clear the close angle. They'll find it, but Turbo with the swing and the trade. 4-11. Starts with 1.
Starts with 1. I was about to say that. It starts with 1.
One thing. I don't know why.
You know how? I don't know the song.
You don't know the song?
I know the song. I just don't remember the lyrics very well.
Ooh.
Oh, Gins wants the. Okay, Gins giving.
I looked away. I looked away. What happened?
Gins gave Eddie a vandal, a prelude vandal, not a prelude vandal, a primordium vandal. So it's basically not. Yeah, let's see what Eddie can do with it. It is gonna spot the turret. Yeah, it's gonna force Turbo to hold this on his own. Look at them creeping up B. This is not at all what she was doing on their attack.
2 Reynas spotting each other. Leah left to try to hold on. Send this back yellow position. What are you really able to do? Starting to get overrun now as Pup there with the swing. Ginsburg's tucking close on sight. Plant denied. Still man disadvantage here for the Geese. The spray through the smoke, not quite there. Just barely missing as ding.
It's just
ringing on the doorbells.
I think Eddie's mouse broke again.
Oh, Eddie's mouse disconnect. Well, for it to happen now isn't the worst of times for it to happen.
He can just chill. Okay. Looks like he's back. Maybe not.
Pit stop! Pit stop! Gotta change out the batteries!
We might see a technical timeout here.
I think you just need to plug it in, really. It made noise, though.
I heard
wait, what? Pup spotting him out.
Oh, through the wall.
Here's the drop in mid.
nothing you can do when things about to swing you and Pop's holding you. This is difficult. Yeah, here comes the timeout. Probably to talk about things and probably to get the mouse situation situated.
Situation situated, dang.
Bars.
That bars flow went kind of crazy. Eminem been real quiet.
I think SG needs to put a little bit more pressure on to be. They put a lot of like their good players towards A, and it's kind of they're playing a little forward on B. I think Leah either should be playing back, or they should have someone like Ding who can get out really easily, or not. Yeah, no, not Ding. Sorry, Brick Crusher.
Eddie. Or yeah.
Eddie. Someone who can just get off of yellow in an instant.
And
Or else, look at the pings towards B. I think they're just gonna try to keep abusing the B.
as you saw a little bit earlier, the camera showing that shipwreck. That's sort of just the general feel of what it's been right now for Pup. I mean, going down 11-3, very difficult to come back from. You gotta wonder, maybe had they just perhaps ran out of steam.
Yeah, we're being a little aggressive here with only Eagles. Yeah, shots are gonna come out. Leah has to get out, but no, she opts to stay.
Might be playing with fire there a little bit, but dang! Shuts down that A walk! And Brick Crusher knows he's stuck!
Yeah, pre-fired by Turbo.
So now it's 6-11, effectively.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is not looking good. Every one round at a time.
One enemy remaining. Removed.
Slowly. Leah takes it by mid. Turbo wins it out with a nice 3K in this round. 6-11. Still a far stretch out from evening up with SG, but progress is progress. A 3-11 scoreline might be a little scarier than we initially thought.
Don't you know, a 11-3 lead is the most dangerous lead to have in all of esports.
It is. And we're coming up on a lot of ults for Pup here too. Leah and Gins not really close to any of their ults. They're looking good, but Eddie with a good first pick, like I was saying, put Eddie or Brick there. Now Eddie with the op gets a pick onto Turbo that opens up the flank or requires you to force someone to stay and watch.
Yeah, you got Pup and Ding back to back. Normally you see Pup alongside Turbo a lot on these maps. But this time, changing it up a little bit. Happy Cookie, a nice kill on the robot. But Brick Crusher there to try and deny. Gonna be able to find the first, gets away, saves his life. Ginsburg gonna be able to try and cut off this mid-rotation, but is unsuccessful in doing so.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Ding in such an unfortunate position as he will be taken down. Brick Crusher knows that they're stuck. But Pup rips off his skull, leaving Pup alone in a 1 versus 3. The man you'd want in this situation, but Eddie there to deny, and it will be map point. Needs to be 6 consecutive in a row for Pup to stay alive here in map 4.
This is getting really, really scary for Pup. Still 3 ults on the board. You have the KJ ult, the lockdown, the secure round. You can get the Viper ult or the Viper's Pit is 1 away. With these ults, you should be able to secure a site and get a nice post plan. You have the Hunter's Fury to guarantee they can't defuse, but that all lies on getting onto a site securely with everyone alive, which with Eddie with an op does not sound like Does not seem very easy. So yeah, they're gonna start A. 3 people about to peek into this op. Eddie does fall off, and Ding is gonna find Brick Crusher really early.
Gins with the numbers trade. Eddie doesn't care that there's a leer in his face. He wants out. This place is too cold for him. He'd rather go to a much warmer climate. Lockdown coming through, Robot unable to deny, and that's 2 major ults being infested for the slimmer of hope to stay alive.
The picks have not gone the way of denying these ultimates, so you still have the Hunter's Fury, and you still have to worry about this Viper's Pit. But KJL did secure them around. Robot is gonna win in the back. The trades are gonna go out. Happy does keep alive though. Peeking out.
2-2 situation. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Both those nanos on the spike. Turbo simply needs to tap. And tap away they do. But that's such a difficult round to replicate. That's a lockdown and a Viper's Pit going down to a 1 versus 1. But anything is possible. 5 rounds in a row. We've seen both these teams do it earlier this series. Have longer streaks of rounds than that.
Hunter's Fury still up for both sides. Not a lot of ultimates after that. We do have the knives for Pup in the case of a difficult win. Still, this streak does continue into this round. 1 more round for SG. It's gonna be all it takes. And look at the minimap. Nobody is on A. They're all pushing down mid and securing B. I think there was a read there that just didn't work out.
Yeah, but look at this buy as well. It's such an awkward buy with a couple of... You got the hero rifle on Eddie Ginsburg with the Bulldog as well, but Ding putting it to rest before anything can realistically develop. So now you need 4 rounds in a row. Unless Brick Crusher can do something absurd, this lead is slowly starting to slip away ever further.
D-Spot has just neutralized. Fully secured this round. I think Gins could maybe get a couple kills, but I don't think it's not possible.
Yeah, you still have that Hunter's Fury alongside those nano swarms. 8 to 12, now only 4 rounds remain.
We are buying back up though, we still have the timeout.
Second timeout coming through.
They have not been shy to use it. If they need to talk about something, they will adjust quickly. 1 more round. This is their buy round. Normally, I've noticed throughout the series that they're buying that when they're calling the timeouts on their eco round. So the next buy round they can go for their plan. But this is not the case. This is their buy round. Eddie is buying an op, no shield. This is dangerous. This is scary.
Because at the drop of a
worth it.
hat, the drop of a hat, and this turns disastrous. Maybe it's an insane shot out of Pup. Maybe it's a missed operator shot. Turns into 9 to 12. Well, you have absolutely no realistic amounts of money to work with. Maybe a Shiro rifle or 2. You lose that, turn it into a 10-12, and now the pressure gets to you. You've come so far. It's 11 to 3. That thought is looming in the back of your head. And the last thing you want to do is to be known for choking a lead like that at a stage like this.
Up 1 round at a time. 5 rounds since the 11th week. Eddie takes out Ding. Ding is probably the MVP of this map. It's not Eddie.
Oh my goodness. Eddie, yeah, he's just putting it to rest. All he needed was a little bit of a breather. Drink a little bit of Michael's special stuff.
1v4 for Turbo.
Just rehydrate a little bit. And we will not be denied of that map 5. We go the distance all the way to Pearl.
Before you leave TMB, I know it's late. Thank you for watching.
Hopefully he hasn't already muted it. Thank you for staying up this late. Really appreciate everything that you do. Means a lot to us, means a lot to the team. And
for everyone who's watched as well so far, I hope you're enjoying this banger just as much as we are. This has been such a fun series to watch.
With that said, continue.
I think we should send it to break, and then we'll continue for map 5.
Don't go anywhere. Map 5, the first map 5 in TC history, is coming right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Come back for a day.
You have ramps, you have high ramps.
Okay, I'm not in a safe spot.
You gotta go with me, TP.
Nice.
Nice, huge.
Out.
My troll.
Okay, he's alone.
One enemy remaining.
Sage's not out. Okay.
They're just looking for picks. Oh,
Taking. Guard coming in 5 seconds.
One enemy
Oh my
remaining.
god, no.
Ken's rushing you.
Get back. Last player standing.
Why are they pushing us?
Spike
Field
planted.
knife.
One enemy.
He's not friendly.
Got that, I don't know.
I just got that.
Spike down B.
Really unlucky.
You have 14 people here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Yo.
Did you start down? Did you stop down?
Just stuff down like this.
I have the mid kid.
There's 2 men.
Oh shit.
Last player standing.
120 last 120.
My ultimate is ready.
No!
You're a go, Dad.
I just hate Carlos, bro. I love Zorns though. Ult!
Overheat, ult!
One enemy remaining.
Nice one.
Damn.
Last player standing.
Again mid.
Spike down A.
Behind you, Bio. Oh, my bad.
Knife him.
Here comes the tick.
Whilst we're in this pause, let me quickly show you something that Nova Scotia sent to me. Throw City Clash NA is for anyone from NA or anyone who gets 100 ping to Illinois. Although if you're from a different region, you get pushed to the back of the list. No entry fee, $250 prize pool, random balance teams must be 13 plus to play. Finals get broadcasted with proper VCT-like production. The dates of Throw City Clash NA are the following. Feb 8th, 3 p.m. Est. Feb 9th, 3 p.m. Est. Feb 15th, 3 p.m. Est. Feb 16th, 3 p.m. Est. Basically, there is a tournament for NA. If you are free on these dates, are over 13, go and join Throw City Clash NA. Join the Discord to find out more and sign up today for Throw City Clash NA. You can be any rank, random balanced teams.
That's the 1v2.
May not know that Kez dropped. He went in his astral form. Quite unlucky time. Double body season. Went 850. Oh. Great transfer onto Kez.
22k. Oh, he's dead.
Spike planted.
A fine shot.
Okay, the quick flick.
Unlucky.
Touch your
Think unlucky.
What? No way.
It was so good. Oh.
Oh, TT, you went. Look somewhere.
Clutch.
Let's go.
Okay, no, nice, I guess.
Captured, gets sucked into the ISO ult. Is he able to win it? No vision! No vision!
It's playing pretty bad.
Last player
It's playing
standing.
pretty bad.
Okay.
Safe.
Time.
Oh my, safety up. That was crazy.
Not gonna expect it, and the dart's gonna reveal him. But he manages to get one.
Oh,
He
you know
dashes out of the way.
Coder.
Coder, you are insane at this game.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Last
Nice.
player standing.
Whoop, I'm alive.
One enemy
Stay alive.
remaining.
Stay alive.
Zero item for zero. Just one tap him.
No! Oh my god! You're the fucking ghost!
Ike is gonna go down. And Vader, good for a second. Random kill through the wall.
It was incredible. Ow.
Got it through the wall. Stewart's trying to bet. Playing around with the sword. Not being able to do anything.
Base has a pit.
Viper's pit invested as Aerie.
And finds in there, finds another.
Yeah.
I know whose launch was that.
Oh, why does it sound like the inside of a printer?
Is it?
Did you switch to a different mic?
Oh, my mic might have fucked over.
Oh yeah, there we go. Now it's better.
Better? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it sounded like I was in the inside of a printer while it was doing all the noise.
30
You know,
seconds
like
left.
when you ask a printer to print something, it goes. This
One
big chair
enemy
takes the
remaining.
peek and duel down to Simon. That's it.
Tournament-wide clutch. He's done it before. Can he do it again? He's aware of one, the potential of one behind him.
14 seconds though. Spike is gonna be there. And I think he has to go for it. He has to go for the kill. He has no time to let
Last player
get the plan
standing.
down. And Vader
Yeah, the
is too
plant
far
can't be
away.
found.
And that's it. It's GG's. The rulebook wins
So
2-0.
Defenders win.
So unfortunate. It's quite good for me because I get dodged with champagne, but
It's still a little bit early, but
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Replay coming out here. I mean,
okay.
we got it going. This is why I'm so excited. It was 12 weeks leading up to this moment.
Howard is gonna go out and Justin's gonna try to get a kill off of it. No, Genome's just gonna get out with the shield gain for the kill. Oh my god. The jumping right click and another right click just to take out Timid. Delta though, in a little bit of an okay, I was gonna say unexpected, but completely expected. Genome on for the ace.
On for the ace. I mean, this guy has just been absolutely unbelievable. And he's gonna be spotted. Diving in. One.
Welcome back, everyone. A man said, a wise man once said that once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. These two teams have fought tooth and nail for over 4 hours to get to where they are now, to reach that truth of that championship. And now we head to a map 5.
First ever in Throw City history, a map 5. Well, NA at least, I don't know. Map 5. Absolute cinema. These two teams have played for 12 weeks now. I'm sure they've been thought about longer. Players learning, rosters changing, ultimately come to this moment. Pearl, Map 5, Grand Finals of Rivals 2.
And just
The final day.
look at these rank distributions. These are the ranks of when these players signed up at the beginning of the season, 12 weeks ago. And look at the difference of where some of these players are now. Eddie, Leah, Robot, just going above and beyond to really develop as players, and it's such an amazing thing to see.
It is genuinely incredible. And I think it's one of my favorite parts about Rivals. It's the improvement that everyone goes through. Because on it, like, if you're Pup, you're super high elo. So it's more difficult to get a team with people who are similar rank level. So I think what it ends up being is teaching players to become better and working with them so you have, you have better players, right? And it's the improvement throughout Rivals that is the best part, and that's what brings us here today. As I would argue, we've had teams that were great with vibes, all close friends. We've had teams that were theoretically good players, high elo, used the system well. But at the end of the day, these teams improved the most, proved the best, and here they are.
And with that said, we load in to our 5th and final map. Welcome to Pearl, Omega Earth, Portugal. As it's going to be an interesting one. Again, this is the autoban for Pupperham Pumpers. They have not played this map the entire tournament so far. Pup instantly going back to that Euro that we all know and love. But the question is, how much do they have in the tank?
Brick Crusher locking in the Yoru after that amazing performance on Reyna. This is exciting. I'm excited to see this. And we have Eddie on the Jet.
We see Brick Crusher a bit more on Initiator. Obviously, those last two maps. So obviously, those last two maps might have been a little bit different, but he's confident in his duelist ability, and he will be ready. And he feels that he is ready enough to take this across the line for not only the first map 5 in TC history, but for reverse sweep. Everything ends here, Newt. You leave it all on the server. There's no time for second thoughts, no more second chances, no more opportunities. This is it.
It's time to lock in for both of these teams. They need to play. They need to fight the tiredness, the mental block that could be blocking both these teams from winning. We've seen both of these teams absolutely destroy each other. Absolute domination on each of their own maps. We've seen them play close games. And now it comes to this. We need both of these teams to lock in, give us a show, close out Rivals 2, win it all. And with that, we're going to start with Pup on attack. And I think this is where they want to be. We're seeing mirror comps from these teams. Vice is going to be set up on A with a lot of mid-aggression coming in from SG. We have 3 people ready to play Art, Pup, or Brick Crusher, sorry, coming in, not used to seeing someone else on the Yoru. With that rotate TP. And it's going to be an aggressive fight towards A and middle. Turbo taking a lot of space really early, honestly. Not scared about any sort of push-up.
Ginsburg. Early fight. Taking down the king. The leader of the pack. Going down so soon. Ding's going to take this timing. And Ding is going to catch Leah off guard, but they're not going to be ready for Eddie. The mouse! Still going to be able to get a kill out of it, but that was almost disastrous. Frosted a nice shot onto Eddie as Brick Crusher is going to move his way into pit. as this seems so difficult to try and retake here. Brick Crusher is going to be able to find one. That flash, not going to be there, but the gravity well will be. Pistol round win for the side of Pupperhampton.
This is their first pistol win since Split.
Now we wait.
They lost all 4 pistols in the last 2 maps, so this is important. If they want to win, if they want to come back, this is the way to do it. And that's important. That's a good play from Turbo and Happy there.
I am with you.
Close out that round. Now it looks like the call is to go towards B. Brick Crusher is going to get a little aggressive here. He still only has a classic. He has a lot of noise. It's going to be difficult for him to get any sort of kill. The drone going to be able to clear him out. He's going to be forced to go for something and then just leave. And that he does.
Yeah, and that's a lot of space given up. Obviously, you don't have the weapons to really deal with any of this. But it's all 5 players sit on the other side. You never know what might truly happen. Shock Dart's gonna do surprisingly no damage. The flash, it's beautiful, but the guns just simply are not there. Ding will be taken down by Robot. But that's the only person that's going to fall. A swift 2-0 lead, as to be expected after winning that pistol, but so long ways to go before this map is over.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's a little bit of damage done. I don't think it was anything significant. I think Happy only bought into a ghost. They were allowed that death. Still, an Outlaw would go really crazy here, but alas, there is no Outlaw. Starting over towards B once again, and it's looking like SG is going for more of an A stack, trying to fight mid a little.
And look at this, it's just a 5-man down B.
Yeah, kind of playing it like Icebox.
No space taken anywhere else, no space even trying to be taken anywhere else. Robot gonna spot so many players. TP into the back of sight. Not sure if they're gonna be quite ready for Pup. Ding gonna be able to find a kill on the Robot. Ginsburg, the answer, the response. Brick Crusher pushing through, not gonna be ready for Happy Cookie. This plate goes down with a man advantage. Spike planted beautifully for them. No smokes to work with, and it looks dire for the side of Silly Geese.
So difficult to get anything here. You still have the Astra util, you still have the Vice util to get through. I believe that Vice Flash just went off. Didn't see anybody peeking. Shock Dart's trying to clear something. No. Pup will get a pick on Aaliyah after the trade.
We'll be able to win a fight. Flash coming through. It's a little bit awkward, but Turbo there to put it to a close. And Pup starts by winning the bonus. We saw them struggling the last 2 maps, especially early on. Couldn't really find their footing. Or at least on a set. Not on a set, not so much, but the previous map, at least.
Now, it's up to SG to bring something back. Buy is going to be weak here. You need to try to go for something, but again, I think Pup's just going to hit B. It's going to be kind of like what we saw in the Icebox from SG where they just went A. This is the hit B map, and so they're going to hit B. Especially with these the gun advantage from SG. These long-range fights are going to go way in favor to a Pup.
Leah's just gonna swing out.
Cutting through.
We were questioning, maybe did the steam run out for the side of Pup? But now you gotta wonder, did it run out for the Geese first? Pup just opening up this site. And it looks to be a 4-0 start.
One enemy remaining.
The run and gun.
Uh-oh.
All good. It's the running gun kill to kill Eddie, finding Robot in back calls. It's 4-0, and you have
Instant timeout. It's a timeout before the first quarter is even over. But I mean, fair enough. honestly, you want to stop this right now before it gets out of hand. This is map 5 of a grand final. You have fought through hell to get through here to this point, going down 2-0, winning those 2 maps back to back. And now with everything on the line, your last chance, you got to make sure you set things right instantly.
Still, things are going to be so difficult. I know SG is not scared to use these timeouts, and these timeouts do generally improve a lot of their play and their game plan. But 3 ults online and 1 away from that Steel Garden, it's going to be really difficult to actually find around here. On the side of SG, we're close to quite a few ults, but we got to reliably live to maybe see a post plant to even get some of these used. I think SG could be a little bit more aggressive in the A main. Oh, Pop is actually going to switch up. I thought they were just going to keep going B, but no. They're going to go for this pistol round strat of go through A and then hit mid. Oh, no. Pup's going to go towards B. Sorry.
And you see that? You see that gate crash, that teleport, making all this noise, but doesn't bait out or rotate. No one budging just yet! The TP out from Brick Crusher, but still falling in the process. A little bit of movement has been happened, but Leah gets shut down. Eddie, a brilliant updraft, but a brilliant spam as well from Ding.
Spike planted.
Ginsburg taking out Ding, but not ready for Turbo. And they have just been so strong when it mattered so much, Robot, knowing that they have to get on to this spike at hand. Gonna be able to find the first. Has the Astral Divide, but there's still the Gravity Well.
No, it's not.
Trying to run through. Right through the other side! Robots! Robotic game! Robotic game! The 1v2! And that is what the Geese needed!
Look, that was played to absolute perfection, baiting out the peak from Turbo into the wall to not guarantee, or to scare Happy into forcing the peak. And then the swing, it was just so well played. Even in a round where it was completely opened up by Ding getting a bunch of picks, Eddie was down. Robot, who's been more so of a support player this series, finally makes something happen for Silly Geese here. And Ginsburg finding something himself is gonna find Pup. And maybe, I don't know about that peak from Leah or Turbo. They are going to have to back off here. And yeah, this is kind of just stacked 4B here. It's going to be difficult for Pup to really do anything unless Frosta just gets a kill through the smoke. Silent on all fronts here. It's just a pause from Pup.
No one wants to make the mistake. No one wants to be the team that chokes, that falters when the lights are the brightest. Steel Garden is going to come out. Eddie getting smoked off. As this site is opened wide. Still have the Hunter's Fury on the side of this attack to try and do something here. Clone coming through. Going to spot 1. Blaze Storm just going to be discharged. As it's down to a 3 versus 3. This fight in the backside is so important, but Leah will win it out. 2 versus 2 now. Still has the advantage for the side of the attack. That flash is just so beautiful. Eddie, what are you able to do? It's going to have to be the impossible. The wide swing out from Happy Cookie played to perfection. And it's
so
a 5-1
well played.
lead.
I know just how bad Happy wants this. I know Happy absolutely needs this. Some of these players probably won't play in another TC event. So this is their grand finale.
Their final ride. The last episode.
So much put at stake here. 10 whole weeks of time invested, all brought to here. And it's 5-1 right now. It's a hit towards
Robot.
me from Pup.
Robot with the Solo Hero rifle. Brick Crusher able to get a dink before getting out with his life, but down goes that hero rifle. As the future looks grim for the Geese.
Playing a little too aggressive, maybe. Gins is
Ginsberg.
gonna put up the wall. Again, it's just back up playing post plant. Off of all of this util, Frosted finds Eddie. Util tries to clear people off the back pillar. Brick Crusher tries to keep people, but nothing. Leah is gonna find Frosted after the trade. And 1v4, Gins 1 HP. What is he supposed to do? Take out Puppy will. But not a lot else. Maybe get an exit pick so they can't leave with all their guns, but no, he doesn't want to give up any ult orbs. He awaits his death. It is 1-6. Look, I've seen halves come back from 0-6, so I don't think SG's out at all right now. Especially
Second time out. In the first half. I mean, it makes sense. You don't want to lose this many rounds in a row. You can maybe claw your way back to an 8-4 half. Maybe if you're really lucky, make it 7-5 or even 6-6. But it's a long way to go. And to think this is the auto ban for Pup. To think that this was the map that they were so scared of playing, and when the lights are the brightest, they perform like unlike any other map that they have performed on.
I mean, I don't know if this map is good for either of these teams, considering it was the last decider pick, but it wasn't banned, so SG should somewhat know what they're doing. This is a map that can change very, very quickly on the side switch. So SG probably just wants to get as much as they can done, and they do have a lot of ultimates up for a good retake. They just need to play this well. They need Leah to survive, and they need a good opportunity to use that dimensional drift.
Flash placed.
But still, the Astral Divide, or Cosmic Divide, excuse me, and the Hunter's Fury, it's going to be difficult to, again, play in a post point with those. Looks like Pup's opted for a bit of a default, change up the playstyle. We stopped playing aggressive and up. Honest.
Brick Crusher's 2-7 right now. Struggling hard early in the half. Ding will be able to trip the shear, and in a mass panic, Leah popping all of their utility. They're gonna slowly walk down this B site. Pup taking them down.
Pressure trying to get anything, but no. This is the round they needed to win. They're gonna have to eco again after this, and that's gonna mean another round win. Something needs to change.
They're giving up this B site too easily. They're not trying to really bunker down and hold this site. They're gonna try and go for it, but they don't have the utility to try and do this. So all it's going to be for is just feeding to the dogs.
The lurk from Ding is just too good. We just don't have a good game plan, SG. I think we need to move our vice towards A, and then we can have a little bit easier of a, or the vice towards B, and we can have a little bit easier of a fight. But it's just so difficult. So difficult to find anything.
Just like real VCT, even the overlay UI is bugging out. It is 7-1 in favor of Pup. Brazil's inevitable. Dang, you can't be doing that. Give him a chance to breathe. But the dogs are savage.
Decode the cloak. I'll return.
It's so difficult now.
Bad luck.
Brick Crusher to step up, finds 3, but 3 will not be enough. Eddie versus Turbo. 1 versus 1. It's so damn awkward, so damn unlucky. Turbo comes out on top.
Just one more of those bullets had to hit. Just one more. 1 to 8. I think reality's setting in for SG here. I think the nerves have gotten to them. I think Pup has overcome this possible reverse sweep. We've seen this. We've seen games like this come back before, but
Dang takes out Eddie again. They're already up 8-1, refusing to put their foot off the gas. And another pick found.
Portal closed.
Yeah, that forces Brick Crusher to keep you over and use this side of the map, but nobody else is there.
You are divided.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting through. Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Getting word from Max about something. Obviously to do with the stream overlay. Yeah, 9-1 right now in favor of Pupper Hampton Puppers, as it's very unfortunate.
Decoy.
All right, sounds good. Looking to try to fix some stuff up. Emergency observer, so you can still see a couple of stuff happening. But it's still a near full save. Lots of sheriffs. Well, not full save, but big eco, big force, 4 sheriffs, and a stinger. Just sitting back and waiting for something, anything to happen.
Waiting down the time. He is gonna go out on the side.
Brick Crusher will be able a lot of damage. Mm. 2 versus 2 now. Ginsburg to drone out. Spots the first, doesn't quite know about the second. Frosted gain the plant down, make it a 1 versus 2 for Frosted!
Oh my god. Frosted, absolutely incredible shot.
More insult on the wound at this point! It's 10-1! What are you able to do?
Map 5. SG brought it all the way.
Gun here.
But unfortunately, it does not look like it is going to the SG series. Still, this is a hard-worked for, hard-earned win for Pup. This was absolutely not an easy win.
Flew
Again, aggressive up
a little bit too close to the sun.
Who's next?
So you hear that dimensional drift coming out now from Pup. Gonna be able to clear out a lot of this site. Hunter's Fury from the defense to try and slow them down. But it won't be found. Happy Cookie on the Eddie. As it just all crumbles beneath them. 1 versus 3.
Robot. The only round SG has won was a 1v3 with, or 1v2, I don't remember, with Robot. Can he do it again? It was against Turbo and Happy, but I don't know if Pup being alive, it changes everything. The ult comes out, he-
1 versus 3 here. Gonna be able to find the first running through. He's gonna be able to find the second. Robot looking for a lifeline. And it's another clutch from Robot. But you have to wonder, is it too little too late?
I'm too shocked for them.
So difficult. Such a good clutch. Such a long series, all brought to this. But 10-2.
So we do
And
see
might have a
P10s.
tick-tock.
Yeah, P10s in chat.
I mean, what is there left to say? I guess we can bring up PKT, Pup and Happy on that original roster. Second place, tormented ever since then. Finally redeeming themselves. Even at the face of a reverse sweep, performing this well. Pup even finally running a character that isn't Yoru on one map. Looks like this is going to be a little bit of a longer one, unfortunately. Okay, things are coming back up. Turbo is back in the game. I think our DC is fixed. Might not be as long as we thought. Teams are R. We're ready to go. Back in the game. 2-10. For maybe potentially our final couple rounds. Or a comeback of insane multitude. I don't know.
If SG come back from this, it will be the greatest best of 5 that I think I'm ever going to see.
I think so. Frosted all alone on the C site. Everything is collapsing on him. Has to get something to be. Ricker should get the first pick with Happy. Quick with the second.
Pup's going to go down fast, but you still got Ding to worry about. So damn strong. So damn good. Plant will go down. And every comeback starts with 1. Turbo left alone in a 1 versus 2. They have no choice but to swing into this double hold. And Brick Crusher will be able to find it.
3-10. I mean, it starts with 1 pistol. I think this is the first game where both teams have won a pistol. Could be wrong. It's been a long time since map 1.
It's been a decent amount of time. For sure. Right now, both these teams are tied on pistols. 5 to each of them. Let me open up some more iced tea for my voice.
Yeah. It's gonna be a main start, or an A split, sorry, for the side of SG here. Frosted again, not alone on this side, but left here on A, ready to anchor. It's gonna be the aggression into B main.
Robot, they're gonna walk directly into the smoke. Is Nestor trying to strike? Ginsburg to be able to play that anti-chaos watch. It's just knives out. Great movie, by the way.
Bullets just flying. Nothing left for anyone.
As Turbo's left alone in a 1 versus 3, Brick Crusher might have heard them.
I think he did. If not,
a little bit of a hunch.
Everything.
Now spotted Turbo. They're going to be able to find 1. But 1 is all they will find. And they went into it. Big investment. Bulldogs, Guardians. And they're walking out with only 2.
Up, now ready to buy up. This could be bad, but look at Leah with the Outlaw. Never mind. I was going to say the Outlaw is only good against Happy, who shouldn't really be peeking, honestly. But yeah, the buy, they got to prepare for this comeback if they want anything. So they're not going to buy super hard into this. It's going to be aggressive mid from the side of Pup. Waiting for something to happen, waiting for any noise.
Trying to spray it down, but Pup and Ding back to back.
Bullets fly. Trades come out, and it goes to the side of Pup. Ooh, Ding with maybe a fake dash. Still not going to get too aggressive here. Frosted does.
It's still so difficult, even if it's only just a 1-man disadvantage. That's your dual sentry out. Razor Vines coming through. It needs to be unbelievable scenes to not only to clear out all this space and get every single one of these kills. Ding. Looking hungry. Looking for more. Smoke goes down, but there's still a star right out front. Just hit the gravity well. The concuss comes through. Eddie's still gonna be able to find Happy Cookie. Spray might not just be there, but Ding sure as hell is. 1 versus 2, 1 versus 1. 1 HP. Effectively to the both. But Ding, ice in his veins to take Pup across this line.
2 rounds remaining for Pup if they want to close it out. Ding with an absolute heater of the map once again. I feel like he has been one of the MVPs of this series. If not the MVP of the series. He is dropping kills. Reminder, he's an emergency sub. He's only been on the team since playing in playoff. And what an emergency sub he has been so far during this grand final. Drone is going to go out towards B. Not spot out anything close. Orb's going to be...
I just got to mention something. Mup, what are your keybinds?
O-E space C or QE space C.
I don't know. A space bar for an ability seems a little bit weird. I understand that some people will unbind that, unbind space and jump to something else, but like,
I respect it. Who uses space bar to jump? Use scroll wheel. That being said, we are entering the lead, and Brick Crusher is going to be the first to find a pick here. But it's just him all alone here against 2 people, and he's going to be found out. But Eddie is quickly going to get traded by Leah.
Launching thorns. Thorns out.
Now you just gotta wait
Planted.
for the rest of Pup to rotate over.
Look at Robot here. So damn aggressive. Looking to try and take the round away themselves. Now stuck in an awkward position. Leah, however, in a beautiful position to help them out. Leaving Pup alone in a 1 versus 4, and this really would be the straw to break the camel's back if he somehow pulls some magicalness out of this one. Still has a flash to work with, but going to side to run away and save plenty of money to work with. It is going to be 5-11. Long way to go here.
Still 6 rounds away from tying. Not even evening it up, but momentum is on the side of SG. I told you about that side switch. 2-10, looking more like a possible half for every round that goes by. Settings getting changed very quickly.
Oh, we're just going through settings.
Yeah, it's all good.
Time to jump.
Oh, right-handed.
Oh, I didn't even notice. I can't lie.
I didn't even notice it either. It's been a decently long best of 5 series. Pup alongside Turbo.
Oh, the hunt is here. He's gonna try to clear out everyone, but everyone's already gone.
Finding a lot of damage onto Turbo. 3 HP to their name. I want to see a Pup fake clone at the end of the map. Ding. That's a big, big weapon upgrade to find. Silly geese. Only able to move for so long.
Slowly pausing, but Pup is not budging. There's been no pressure made anywhere else. And so it is a 5 versus 3 here. Begins the exec, finds one.
That's a bait. That's a bait. Ding to swing off of him. Gonna be able to beat out that operator shot. Gins to find Pup through the smoke. It's gonna be Ding to be the man. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. And Ding is that truth.
1 round remaining for Pup to take it all. We talked about all the players already. We talked about their legacy, where they came from, why they're here. Ding wants this win. Pup wants this win. So desperately. Ding with that op. Once again, holding A main.
Who's next?
The A split here is going to be so difficult. Hey, Ding is just walking up.
Eddie, with an operator of his own, gonna try to do his best. Brick Crusher, taking down Ding. A lifeline, if you will.
A lot is put on the Frosted's shoulders here. He'll probably get one before he can get picked up. And that he does.
Awkward dual frost. I think they might have lost connection for just a split second as Ginsburg wraps around to find Happy Cookie. Turbo left. 1 versus 3. Not gonna happen. So now you need 6 in a row.
6 chances left.
Now we wait.
Is chat judging his keybinds? I'm scrolling up.
Been a long day. Up, still able to buy 3 ults up. SG used that dimensional drift to essentially win the last round, take out Ding.
Ding getting so damn aggressive before swiftly backing away.
Speed up is gonna happen to SG. Ults are gonna come out. This fight is gonna be taken, but don't forget Pup has ults of their own.
Ding's gonna try to find a timing here through this through this gravity well. Excuse me. Cosmic divide. Is Pup still gonna be able to use this dimensional drift? Get all the information in the world. Brick Crusher needs to win that duel, and win the duel he will. Leah, trying her best, will be able to come out on top with 1. Still 2 versus 3. Flashes. Ults coming through. Eddie to find the shot on the Pup. And simply not enough time to work with. Not enough bodies to fall.
That was a lot invested from Pup to no avail, but SG has the momentum on their side now. The economy is looking good for them. People are starting to get kills. The scoreboard even is looking even for them right now. If there is a comeback, it's going to start off of this. Still.
You see Frosted. Frosted, 1 off of that Hunter's Fury. Alongside Ding, 1 off the Blade Storm. Gonna try and give it to him here. Potentially. These players start walking down A. Careful now. It's always an eco. And to lose the last round in an eco would be devastating, but Ding and Pup both spotted. Probot there to try and run them down. Frosted to bring the cavalry, but Brick Crusher from behind in Art puts no doubt in the minds of the Silly Geese. They still breathe just yet, but for how much longer is the question?
Such low HP, and they know exactly where they're coming from. Happy is gonna go out to Gins. It's just Turbo left. And Brick Crusher closes it out 8-12. I don't think this game is over yet. 4 rounds. 4 chances for Pup to close it out. And the buys are going to come out. We do have ults back online. The Hunter's Fury, the Cosmic Divide. This is it's still so difficult. But it's looking to be so possible now. 5 people.
Right now, it feels like Silly Geese has Pup figured out. It really feels like they do. It really just comes down to a hero play. Frosted, and there's the hero play. Ding finds 3. Hell's Bells himself.
How?
Stick Pup across the line as it all falls apart for the Silly Geese.
It's not over. It's Gins and Brick Crusher, the immortal duo that started this team. It's a 2v4. Yes, but impossible? No. No smokes. So
Brick Crusher, a nice shot into Pup. And while it ain't over until it is over, Turbo going to spot 1, not spotted themselves though. Hunter's Fury going to pop them out. Can they find the kill? No, they cannot. Ginsburg, 1 versus 3, and it is over. The day goes to the dogs, as they are your Throne City Rivals champions.
New Kings of the Crown. Happy and Pup finally get their win. Ding, an absolute monster of a performance in this grand finals. Frosted and Turbo too.
Oh my goodness gracious.
What a series.
What a round. What a series. What an experience. And dude, I just want to add,
history.
I want to get a question from the rest of the producers. Who do you have for MVP? Me personally, I got Ding. as my MVP. I got Ding as my MVP. Do we have any other word from the other people in production?
Ding absolutely showed up. Genuinely, I have no words. That was such a good grand finals. Max says his vote was going to bed. EU moment.
Max's vote for MVP is I want to go to bed. So I don't want to hold him there for too long. But an unbelievable series that it was. I had an absolute blast casting it, even if my voice didn't. I'll be fine tomorrow morning. Don't
This
worry.
was easily the most fun cast I've ever seen, or I've ever had.
General consensus, I'm being told, on production was actually Pup. And yes, he had a lot of great moments, but Ding, the emergency sub, out-fragging Pup a lot of times, and the hero play that gave them the championship point, I think should definitely be highlighted here.
No, absolutely.
But with that said, huge shout out to everyone who worked on this amazing event. The organizers, Bova Scotia, Newt, who's with me right now, BN BDOS, people in production, MQXF, also known as Max, Cabin, Trudon 18, casters, myself, Lorewar, Chef, Tacosaurus, many waffles, even if it was just one map, and Newt, even if it was just one series. Shout out to the observers, Great Mup, Anto Jason, Penguin, Smee, Goose 695, and of course the co-streamers, Goose
TNT
again.
Destroyer.
Say that, and TNT Destroyer. That was not on the list. That was not on the list that I was given. And of course the co-streamers. Yes, he absolutely was. And the co-streamers, Goose and Firebug. Huge shout out to everyone. I also want to give my thanks to the whole production crew for believing in me and trusting me to do these sorts of events for these big games, these big matchups. I'm overjoyed to have these awesome opportunities.
This has been such a fun event, even through the silly, stressful times. It was a blast, and it ended on such a banger. I'm so happy that we could have got this done. Even if our production exploded, I'm happy we got it. It was good for a couple maps. Even
it was not a sprint. Yeah. It was not a sprint, but rather a marathon. And Newt, is there anything else you would like to say?
I'm going to put out a bigger message in Rivals announcements later today to end off Rivals 2. Kind of talk about Rivals 3 more. I think with this event, we learned a lot, and we learned there's a lot of things we shouldn't do. We learned we need a little bit of bigger of a team. I just want to say shout out Bova, BDOS, and Max, and myself. Since I'm shout out myself.
Can't shout out yourself.
I'm shouting out myself.
You're the one
I'm
photo
shouting
of
out
Obama
myself.
giving himself the medal.
4 people running 2 whole regions. Big, huge, massive shout out to BDOS for just doing so much. All that she does. Big shout out for Bova for being one of my closest friends in the past, honestly, like 6, 7, 8 months. Being there, running this event with me, working through everything. Shout out Max. This production is all him. He's doing this. The prize pool is all him. None of this happens without all of these people. Shout out to the whole production team. I'm not going to go through everyone like Jace did, but everyone was super nice, super incredible. Shout out to the people who worked with us, like the Rivals Council, and just understood when we made mistakes, we were trying to work on things getting better. Shout out to everyone who watched. Maybe if you even didn't play in Rivals, you watched Rivals, you participated, you were a part of it. Shout out to the hundreds of players, genuinely hundreds of players this Rivals. This was bigger than we ever thought it was going to be. It was kind of crazy. And I mean, shout out to Team V as well, I guess, for.
I guess
he's the whole reason we're here. Not I guess. Shout out to him. He's the whole reason we're here.
Oh, we do have an MVP graphic.
And we just happened to yap long enough for our tournament MVP, Mr. Mr. MVP himself. We'll get there.
And it will
Mr.
go to Pup. I guess, well, for the entire tournament, it's only fair to give it to Pup for the entire tournament. You want to talk about grand finals? I do think there's a great argument to be given to Ding. And if I can also get another shout out, Max said that he wanted an award for the most inactive admin. So
shout out Max there. No, but I
shout out to Max for saying that he didn't do anything. He did a lot. He did a lot.
And for MVP, Pup, I mean, I think definitely he is absolutely the tournament MVP. He was the highest scoring player in general. This guy played 2 agents, mainly just Yoru.
No, he practically only played Yoru. That jet was literally a one-off. That jet was literally a one-off the entire tournament.
And the rest of the tournament, watching him just drop 30 and 40 has been such a pleasure. I've gotten the opportunity to watch a lot of him just by adminning the games. And both of these teams, I love all these players. And I'm just so happy that we got a good series that I hope nobody comes from the series is sad. Good job, Ding. Good job, Pup. Good job, everybody on SG. Good job, everybody on Pup. Pupperhampton Puppers. Thank you to everyone who played again. Thank you to everyone on production. And with that, Rivals 2 concludes.
Well,
now
I'm popping in, by the way.
Is over.
Chase, I put myself on stream. Hello, stream. I'm Max. EMEA still has a Rivals to do, but I really enjoyed this whole event. I wanted to, add myself in a little bit at the very, very end. So, honestly, you guys already did all the shout-outs, but I just want to say I really enjoyed production for it. I think we've upgraded quite a lot with the overlay. It might have exploded midway through the last map, but lucky me, I am able to fix things quickly. So I hope to see most of you guys who are watching here, if you guys can show up, watch EMEA Rivals playoffs, because there is still quite a lot to do. There's 2 weekends of that, but if not, I hope you all, if you want to play in Rivals 3, play in Rivals 3, or if not, at least watch Rivals 3 when that happens, because that should be happening soon. And I hope you all enjoy this amazing event. I was happy to be a part of this, to organize as much as I actually did. Even though I call myself super inactive, I really was there for quite a lot of it.
It's been a roller coaster.
Anyway, now that yap fest is over.
Nice voice.
Yeah. I'm gonna go duct tape my mouth and not speak for the rest of the week.
Yeah, Jace. I think you need a month recovery period. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'll be fine tomorrow. I'm not even joking. I'll be fine tomorrow.
I'm surprised.
But with that said, once again, thank you everyone for watching. And congratulations to the Pupperhampton Puppers. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night. I need to go to bed. It's 2 a.m. I'm transitioning.
Good night. Goodbye.